V-Strong Vitiligo Support Community presents V-Strong Shines Sun Protection Strategies. Everything you need to know to protect your skin from the sun. Sponsored by Insight, a biopharmaceutical company.
Everybody who is online and watching us, I want to say to the audience a few, housekeeping details. First of all, we have a new link for this event. We had to create a new link. If you go to our Facebook page, V-Strong's Facebook page, the link is there. You can share it with all of your people now. This is one of those times where I'm saying, don't put your phone away, pick your phone up and share the link. So if you have somebody that was wanting to watch this, it is at V-Strong's Facebook page. At the very top, there's a brand new link there. You will find everything that you need to know there. We're getting this thing going because this is an important day for my people and everyone in the audiences who I include in that my people. Specifically, though, V-Strong Vitiligo Support Group. Now, we've been around for a minute. Let me give y'all a little hit. I was on television with vitiligo. Obviously, I'm Lee Thomas. I'm an anchor, reporter, movie critic here in Detroit. I've been here for 20 years. People who have been watching me, y'all know how long I've been here. For a minute. I covered entertainment my entire career. I came from New York to here. When I got here, I already had spots on my hands and on my face. I was covering it with makeup. A kid, my hands got full blown, so I stopped covering my hands. And a young man, his mom called me. You know how moms are. Mom called and asked me to talk to her son. So I said yes. I spoke to the kid, and he said, why wasn't I showing my face on television? And I said, what's it to you? Because it's very personal to make that decision. And he had the best answer ever. He told me that he has vitiligo. He's been dealing with it for a while. He's into karate. He's a straight A student. But he thinks it would be good if I show my face on TV. So I said it again, what's it to you? And he said, well, there's a kid in our neighborhood who has vitiligo. And he wears a ski mask to go outside and play because people tease him. And if you tell people what this is, maybe they'll treat him differently. So this group was born from the wishes of a young man trying to help another young man. And so I'm a grown man trying to help as many people as possible, and that's why it's V-Strong. And I appreciate everybody. We're talking about 05. We've been around for over 17 years, so please give us a round of applause. Now, you guys know, if you haven't been in attendance with me, I can talk a bit. I got a way of talking that is nonstop, but it pays the bills. But I do want to say, sitting on the table in front of me, that is the Insight Ingenuity Award. And we are the recipients of the award. And it gave us the ability to host this forum, which is so very important because it's talking about something that a lot of people don't think about. But every time the sun comes out and I put my arms just on the window of my car without even the window opening, it's minutes before I have pain. Raise your hand if you feel me. Minutes before I have pain. Sometimes you just forget. You forget that the pigment's gone. So this is a forum to let everybody know that there are modalities, there are things you can do, there are treatments, there are doctors that care, and that's why we're here today. So let's start off with a little bit of an intro. It is all about the reason we're here, and that is the sun effect. Go ahead.
V-Strong Vitiligo Support Community presents V-Strong Shines Sun Protection Strategies. Everything you need to know to protect your skin from the sun. Sponsored by Insight, a biopharmaceutical company.
Sun is hot to get out of town and find a place, shady blue. That's what I'm thinking, what I'm gonna do. 'Cause sun is hot. Yeah. Whoa, sun is hot. Sun is hot. Too hot to work all day. I'm burning up. I got to get away. These working clothes are choking me. Deep in the blue, blue shade, that's where I got to be. 'Cause sun is hot. Yeah, yeah. Oh, sun is hot. Yeah, 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 yeah.
The sun can feel so good on a bright sunny day. It can lift our spirits from the gloom and haziness of a long cold winter and brighten our mood to celebrate spring and witness nature as the birds begin to sing and the flowers begin to bloom. Our skin uses sunlight to help manufacture vitamin D, which is important for bone, muscle, brain, and immune system health, to name a few of its benefits. Sun exposure also results in a decrease in inflammation in the skin, so sunlight can help to control many chronic skin diseases. Yes, the sun is also our natural source of ultraviolet radiation, but too much UV light exposure can cause major damage to the skin and sunburn. And for many living with vitiligo, the depigmented patches of skin are more susceptible to the effects from the ultraviolet rays of the sun. But sunlight can have both positive and negative effects on vitiligo. Today, you will learn about the sun's health benefits and how to enjoy them, as well as the health risks associated with sun exposure and how to protect yourself from them. We will discuss the added difficulties of striking this balance experienced by those who don't have much melanin in their skin to guard against the sun's ultraviolet rays. We hope that whether you have vitiligo or not, that you leave here today with a better understanding of the sun and how to have the healthiest relationship possible while spending time in the sun.
Showed my face on TV for that 13-year-old boy to help the young man. It was thousands upon thousands of responses. It was emails. It was, remember when they put the stamp on a piece of paper called a letter or postcard, and you put it in the mail? To the young people that are here, older people, explain to them what that is. We got a lot of postcards and letters. It was so much. They were stacking bins in my office from all over the country because all of the Fox affiliates picked up the story and it ran all over the country. I went to Spain and somebody at a restaurant walked up to me in Spain because it ran in Spain. The story, for some reason, took off. And I was getting so much attention I did not know what to do with it. But of course, I had found a doctor that was the expert in our area. He had a multicultural dermatology center. which I hadn't even heard of that, because it is different. Even though skin is the same, for some reason, it's different for darker skin. And so I found a doctor, Dr. Lim, from Henry Ford, that was one of the best in the country, and I was happy that he was in my own backyard. My other choices were LA, Dr. Grimes, and New York. And so I went to Dr. Lim, and I said, I'm getting all this attention. Well, let me back up a second. I was having dinner with a friend of mine, and I told my frat brother I was getting all this attention for what had happened with me telling my story and showing my face on TV. And he said, why don't you start one of those groups for the drunk people? And I said, what are you talking about? Obviously, my frat brother is inappropriate, but he meant a support group. For people who drink, just do it for people with vitiligo. Great idea. So I took his ill-proposed but great idea, and I went to Dr. Lim, because I had, I'm just a dude on TV. I had nothing much. So I went to Dr. Lim and I said, I'm getting all this attention. This could be an opportunity for us to start a support group. I don't even know if they exist, but if they do, we should get in contact with one, but I would like to start one here. And before I even finished I had this whole thing I was going to do. So pardon me, Dr. Lim, you're a doctor, and it's very important, and this is why we need this. And before I even could get to my whole spiel that I had cooked up, he goes, absolutely, what do you need? And I'm like, what do I need? I didn't get there. I didn't think you were going to say yes. And I said, I guess we need a place to do it. He said, done. I said, I could ask more? He goes, good. I go, I guess it would be great, because at the time, a lot of people didn't have coverage, medical coverage, insurance coverage for vitiligo. I said, I'd love to have a doctor there, so I'm not asking for treatment, but just have a doctor there to answer questions. And he looked at his desk for like half a second, looked back up and said, done. I said, anything else? I said, a Mercedes convertible. He didn't give me that. But he was an immediate partner, and he's been a partner ever since. We've had a doctor at every meeting. It has been fantastic. We've had doctors who are visitors. And so Dr. Lim couldn't be here, but hopefully, everybody cross their fingers, he can be here through a video that he presented for you. Here's Dr. Lim, the co-founder of V-Strong.
Hello, I am Dr. Henry Lim, the former chair of dermatology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit, Michigan. In 2007, having treated many patients with vitiligo, I, together with Lee Thomas, a patient of ours, decided that it would be important to form a patient support group specifically focusing on patients with vitiligo. We both knew that vitiligo is a significant disease that affects the quality of life of many of our patients, and it would be helpful to have a venue where patients can get together to discuss this among each other and to discuss it with experts in vitiligo therapy. This has been extremely successful, especially with the leadership of Dr. Richard Huggins, who joined us a few years later. Since then, Dr. Huggins had moved the vitiligo support group to the next level, where it is now recognized worldwide as the model for vitiligo support group. In fact, at the last World Congress of Dermatology in Singapore in 2023, he was one of the speakers on this very topic. As we all know, patients with vitiligo has no pigment on the area that is affected. Therefore, it is very, very important to protect those areas from the negative effect of sunlight, specifically sunburn, and potentially the development of skin cancer. It is therefore important to cover those areas up to protect them from the sun, or if necessary, to put on high SPF, broad spectrum sunscreen. The type of sunscreen I would recommend is to use SPF number 30 or number 50, depending on how long do you plan to be on the sun. If you're going to be outdoor for a long period of time, definitely SPF 50 is most appropriate. Otherwise, 30 would be sufficient. In addition, clothing and cover up as well as staying in the shade are other important photoprotective measures that can allow you to continue to participate and enjoy outdoor activity at the same time to protect especially the area with vitiligo from the side effects of sunlight.
Dr. Lim couldn't be here, but we appreciate him taking that time to tape that for us. But this is what we're here for. I gotta walk a little bit. This is what we're here for. It's all about sun protection. And as we start to delve into our first subject, we have an agenda that is a full day, a full Saturday. So we appreciate you guys taking the time with us. Sun affects us in so many different ways. And it's one of those things where, you don't think about it until you think about it. But if you have vitiligo, you have to think about it all the time. And sometimes it stops you from going out the door. The many thoughts that run through your head if you're not able to walk out in the sun for more than about 15 minutes, unless you know how to handle it. So that's what this is all about. We want to hear from some of our members about the effects of the sun on them in their daily lives.
When I'm in the car with my daughter, I'm in the passenger seat, and the sun comes in through on that side, on my right side, and I notice I get real red, like whelps. And at first I didn't know what it was. So when I found out what it was, I started to take a long sleeve shirt or something, and if I didn't wear it, I would cover that side. Okay. It didn't affect this side because I always try to stay out of the direct sun. Mm-hmm. So I've been able to deal with that after I found out what to do about it.
I try to make sure that the times that I'm in the sun is low and late afternoon. I garden every year. So I make sure that I don't go out to do any gardening in the morning. After 6 o'clock in the evening when the sun is down. So I go and do my gardening. Well, for years I would get a small spot on my finger and then the pigment would come back. Now, these spots that I have on my hands, the last 2 years, I'd say, they have really manifested. And I attribute a lot to stress.
I have totally depigmented. So I've had vitiligo since they knew when I was 3 years old. So almost 60 years. So, so I've always had it and always basically had to figure it out.
I am a golfer, and so my doctor told me I had vitiligo 11 years ago, and he told me that the sun is going to be my enemy. And I told him, I said, no, it won't be my enemy because I loved outdoors, and I love to play golf, and I love to fish.
My vitiligo don't seem to spread. It seems to stay in one little, certain little areas, and that's it. It don't spread. Hands, foot, or maybe a little around this area right here. But basically, it doesn't seem to really spread too much throughout my whole body. So,
the morning sun is actually my best sun. Because it doesn't have the heat on it yet, but it has the brightness. So I enjoy morning sun. And that's usually between 9 and 12. After 12 until 2 o'clock, I try not to go out in the sun because that's the hardest sun. And if it's high summertime, then it's even longer. But when I do go out, then I do need to cover up. My hardest time is to drive during those times because the sun is very damaging to my arms when I'm in the car, and to my, not to my face as much because that glass is usually tinted, but on the side, then it's arms and legs. It gets very difficult to drive during those times of the day.
Well, there's no saying. Fool me once, shame on you. Burn me twice, burn me 3 times, burn me 4 times, shame on me. I see that sun, it's a red flag. If I don't see the sun, it's still a red flag. But when the sun is up, it's more of a red flag because I burn even faster. When I had several bouts of severe sunburn, I burn like white people. That's what I tell people. And they know what I mean because I talk to white people and they know what burn is. I flake for days. My skin peels ashy from the sunburn. And aloe vera is my best friend. I apply that on constantly for the next several days, blaming myself for doing something stupid by not wearing my sun-protected clothing. I'm human, I make mistakes, and boy, do I get reminded of that.
It was terrible, red, itchy, sore. Yes, I've been burned before. So, and really, if it's not from the car, it's on my neck. It's the back side. So I guess the sun really hits me in the back. I don't know why, but I've never been burned on my face. I've never been burned on my hands, but my arms and basically my neck.
I like to see the sun, but the sun doesn't like me. So it's disappointing because I like to get the natural vitamin D. It burnt so bad that I was calling my doctor like, what am I supposed to do? I am burning. The burn stuff in the store wasn't working. I tried aloe vera. I didn't want nothing touching me. I didn't want my clothes touching me. I wanted to be naked because it hurted that bad that I didn't want nothing touching me. Anything touching my skin hurt.
The job that I have, I work outside, so I know when I got vitiligo, I was like, oh my God, like this the worst time, because I've had this job for maybe about 10 years, and prior to that, I used to work indoors, and it's like about the time that I got vitiligo is when I started working outside, and but that was like the early stages, and it wasn't really bad. I didn't really have an issue being in the sun. But now that I'm pretty much completely changed, I have to make sure if I'm not covered up from wearing long sleeves or have a hat on or something like that, then I have to make sure I put on sunscreen on my arms.
Then I would just stay in the house, and I hated that. Oh, I hated that. And that was like I was I was in my 30s when that happened. So I was like, wait a minute. So a friend of mine around the corner said, oh, you can use shea butter as a sunscreen. I was like, oh, really?
The way the sun affects my daily routine is, honestly, I don't really think about the sun. During the summertime I do, but during the winter I don't so much. I've been burned on my neck. I have a couple spots on my neck that are very sensitive to the sun. That I do remember to spray sunblock on, and I spray quite a bit there. So I don't want to go through that again. That kind of hurts.
We went on a cruise in Florida, and that's a different type of sun than Michigan. And it was agonizing. I was in tears.
Because I was dark pigmented, I didn't know that I had to care for my skin. So I would just go. It wouldn't matter. And sometimes I forget that I have vitiligo, and I just dress according to the weather, and I'm out. And then I'd be like, I forgot. I don't have sunscreen. I don't even have a jacket or a hat. So now I've learned to keep some things in my trunk so that I can prepare myself.
When I did get vitiligo and I sought treatment, I did phototherapy for about 2 years. And that's where you go into a booth and you have the ultraviolet rays, which is supposed to be something to try to help bring your skin color back. It didn't work for me, but it did burn me in the photo booth. and it would only burn in one area, and that was right in my chest area when I was diagnosed with vitiligo, which was 8 years ago. I was 67 years old. So, and you know that I'm a community person. I'm always out going to different meetings and things. So I really didn't let it change me. I thought about it. Sometimes when you're by yourself, you say, you know, I can't believe I have vitiligo. So I said that for maybe 2 or 3 weeks and said, well, Beverly, it's nothing you can do about it. Go on with your life, and that's what I did.
I talk like 3-4 hours a day to make a living. And I forget how difficult it can be to share from the heart. So once again, please give all of the members and people who shared their stories in this video a round of applause. It is not easy to watch yourself do it. So to all of you, I was trying to look this to you all. I see all of you. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing your story. I see you at the company. I see you. All right. One thing we talk about sharing, and that is this. You got this when you came in. If you have it and you're done, please hold it up. Molson, with Henry Ford is going to collect these. These are the surveys that we ask for. The more information we get, the better the doctors can treat us. If you have not done it, there's a pen in your bag. A pen in your bag. It looks like it's a purple pen. Looks like this. You can take the pen in your bag, put it to orange paper, and then give it to Dr. Molson over there with the blue shirt on, standing up right now. If you have one, you haven't filled it out yet, you can fill that out, and then also either look for him or you can drop it off at that back table, the one where you came in. Everybody cool with that? Everybody cool with that? Good. All right, so this is truly Be Strong Shines. And it's not about, well, it is about our group shining and trying to be a light in this vitiligo community, but it's also about helping people. Thank you, Beverly, for the beautiful sunshine balloons. Because it's about bringing light on subjects that need light put on them and helping people through their journey. That is truly the genesis of the group and why we're all here today. So we are happy that we have the opportunity to chat. But this is our first panel. And as I introduce doctors, first of all, doctors have come from all over, especially here in Ford, California. ATL is here. There's so many different places that are represented in this room. So thank you all for making the journey. Thank you for being here. So as I introduce the doctor, I'm going to introduce them, and then they can come take a seat at the stage, and they will each have a presentation one at a time. So let's start off with Dr. Pearl Grimes. She's globally recognized as a dermatology expert in the international vitiligo community and pigment disorders. She's the director of the Vitiligo and Pigmentation Institute of Southern California. She treats patients from all over the world, and you see her expertise and her extraordinary patient care. So once again, Dr. Grimes. I have to be very formal, but I know this dude. Dr. Hamzavi, please come up. He's been practicing since 2001 and often in the office of Henry Ford. He sees general dermatology with a special focus on pigmentary disorders. And very clinical word, and I'm not going to try to say that because you say it way better than I do. Dr. Hamzavi has been dedicated to our group for so very many years. So thank you, Dr. Hamzavi. Really appreciate it. Dr. Tasneem Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad is board certified dermatologist. She received an undergraduate degree in biological sciences from the University of Toledo. She earned a degree, a medical degree from the University of Toledo as well. Dr. Muhammad, thank you very much for being with us. I like this forum, and I'll tell you why. Because you cause because they're here. So, thank you, and let's get started. I will get out of the way. Lawrence, you ready? Lawrence, you ready? Good. I will get out of the way, and I'll let Dr. Pearl Grimes do her presentation. Dr. Grimes.
Good morning to all of you, and first and foremost, I do want to say that it is truly my honor and pleasure to be a part of this today. You know, I am the president of the Global Vitiligo Foundation, and hopefully in the afternoon I'll have the opportunity to come back and talk about some really exciting programs that we have initiated. But, you know, before I talk about photo protection, I just want to share with you, I don't know whether you all realize how long I've been doing this. I've been doing this for well over 40 years. There hasn't been a time in my life in the last 40 years when I have not been involved in some aspect of vitiligo research. So at this point, I think I can truly say that you are an integral part of my life, and you are my passion in all of my work, and hopefully making a difference in the science and treatment of vitiligo. So with that, let's talk about photo protection. So Dr. Rich instructed me to have one slide. So can I get that one slide? And I'm going to run through some key points, and then, you know, once Dr. Ilk and Dr. Tasning finish, we'll have a great opportunity for Q&A. So, okay, so the first point that I want to make is certainly, you know, you saw Dr. Lim's video and the great video from the patients, and I think we can say at this juncture, it's etched in stone that the white patches of your skin burn much more readily than your normal skin. Well, why? You know, it's obvious you've lost the pigment cells, but pigment cells, your melanocytes, produce melanin. And in every racial ethnic group, that melanin is a major sun protector, photoprotector. And if we look under normal circumstances, if you look at how much photoprotection that I get, or Dr. Hamzavi, versus someone who is very fair-skinned, well, my sunscreen protective factor, we might call it a 13. There are sunscreens that have a protective factor of 15. But melanin in darker skin has a natural photoprotective factor of about 15. And our very fair-skinned sister or brother, that photoprotective factor is about maybe 2, 3. So then when we lose it, what happens? We don't have that natural protection, and the skin is much more susceptible to sunburn. But as we have in individuals who have darker skin, there's actually one other thing that can give you some photoprotection, and that's that very upper layer of skin. We call it the stratum corneum. And we know that if you do what we call minimal erythema testing, if we test how quickly you burn in the white patch versus your normal skin, certainly in vitiligo, that depigmented patch will burn much faster, but studies suggest there's a gradient. In a darker skinned individual who may have vitiligo, that stratum corneum may give you a little bit of extra protection, and that's something we can talk about in our Q&A. So, bottom line is when you lose your natural content of epidermal melanin, given that you there's also another issue. The other issue is, if you look at studies, and we've seen this over and over, there's a phenomenon called capillarization. And what capillarization means is, if you traumatize the skin in an individual who has vitiligo, then that traumatized skin, it could be a rash, it could be pressure from a garment. There are many forms of how your skin can be traumatized. That can be a trigger. So what we know clinically is, if you get a sunburn, that can be a trigger for new onset vitiligo in an individual who has never had it. So, point one, point two, what is the take-home message? And you've already heard it. Photoprotection for individuals with vitiligo is 100% essential. I typically recommend a higher SPF 30 and above, wearing a hat, wearing photoprotective garments, is shaved when appropriate. But I'm also going to say that, and many of my patients will come in and they'll say, oh, Dr. Adams, I gotta avoid the sun. No, you don't. From my perspective, life should be lived. You don't have to live your life in seclusion or under a rock. You have to live your life despite vitiligo. So you take the precautions. There's some other things that you can do, and we'll talk about that in Q&A, but I just feel so strongly about it when it comes to children. I encourage my parents to allow their children to be children. Certainly we take the appropriate precautions, but we allow them to swim and do all the normal things that children are supposed to do to lead healthy lives. So the next point, now, so we would automatically assume that you've lost your melanocytes, that the depigmented or the white patches in individuals with vitiligo would be much more susceptible to skin cancers, right? So, but guess what? If we look at the overwhelming majority of research studies that have been published, looking at the incidence or the frequencies of skin cancers in individuals who have vitiligo, it's exciting to be able to share that we are not seeing an increase in skin cancers. We're not seeing an increase in that dreaded skin cancer, melanomas. Or, moreover, we're not seeing an increase in the more common skin cancers. We call them keratinocyte skin cancers, or basal or squamous cells. Now, we could take that question a step further and ask, what about all that light that we use for treatment? In the early days, we used a treatment called oral Sorlin photochemotherapy, or PUVA, and now we use narrowband UVB and the excimer laser. So if we ask the basic question, with those treatments, are we seeing an increase in skin cancers in patients with vitiligo? The answer is no. The overwhelming majority of studies are not showing an increase, and the reason why, we think it probably is a function of the immune system. If we look at the pathways involved in what is destroying melanocytes in individuals with vitiligo, lymphocytes, specifically we call them CD8 lymphocytes, migrate into the skin to destroy the melanocytes. So we think that those very cells that are playing a role in the destruction of melanocytes in vitiligo are probably having a protective effect against skin cancer. And there's another cell type called natural killer cells. We think that they may be playing a preventative role as well. And the final point that I want to make is So we've talked about sunburn, we've talked about a lower incidence of skin cancer. Well, let's look at the other therapies that we use. We use topical corticosteroids or steroids. Many of you in the audience, if I queried you, okay, tell me what you've used. You've been on tacrolimus or tacrolimus. You've been on pimecrolimus. So if you look at virtually every modality or therapy that we have in our treatment for vitiligo, they all work better when we use them in combination with light. So light has many beneficial effects. If we use these therapies and have patients go out and get sunlight, or if we use them in combination with the light sources that we use in our offices, I think all of us who do this on a day-to-day basis would make the statement that they work better when we use them in combination. So, in summary, I think that absolutely photoprotection is essential. We're not seeing an increase in skin cancer, and I would love to tease this out more in Q&A. Thank you.
Dr. Pearl Grimes, give me 1 second, Dr. Hamza, before you come up. I want to bounce one question off of Dr. Grimes first. Just want to make sure everything is good to go. Check, check, check. Oh, look at that. The other mic works too. So let me give you this microphone. Before I even hit you with the question, I want to see how many different places are represented here. If you're not from Detroit, raise your hand. Not from Metro Detroit. Okay. Very Moses. Go ahead, Moses. Would you stand up and just say where you're from, man? We all know, but...
My name is Moses. I'm originally from Nigeria, but currently I'm based in
Iowa City. Iowa City. Go ahead, ATL. Alicia. Who else? Who else was not? Yes, sir. Yep. Chicago in the house. Who else do we? Oh, yes, right here, please. Special guest. From Florida. Thank you. Was there another person with their hand up? Oh, yes. Indianapolis, Indiana. Good, good, good. We'll be there. We'll be there. For everybody who's watching online, everybody in the audience, the World Vitiligo Day will be celebrated in Indy. So get your stuff ready. Start planning now. Of course, June 25th is the weekend, but you'll have a lot more online, World Vitiligo Day. So just Google it. You'll find it. It'll be there. We'll talk more about it as it goes. All right. So Dr. Grimes is from California. There's a lot of sunshine and a lot of beaches and a lot of California. But there's a lot of sunshine in California. What do you get most from patients? Is that the biggest concern that you hear from patients because of the sun?
You know, it varies. I honestly think that when patients come in for that initial consultation, I think I get queried more from parents regarding sun exposure for their children versus concerns in adults. I do have that cohort of individuals where sunburn clearly has been a trigger. I think in California, because it's sunny all year, yes, patients are much more attuned now to the importance of photo protection on a regular basis.
One more quick question. How often does the cancer word come up?
Oh, it comes up all the time.
That's what you, as soon as you think of sun exposure,
absolutely.
You think cancer, right?
So I get it two ways. Patients will ask me, well, gosh, am I at more of a risk now to develop skin cancer? And when I mention phototherapy as a part of their treatment regimen, then the next question is skin cancer. And then once I answer that question for them, they're good to go.
The short answer is
No, exactly. That's
No,
the
and you
short
said it in
answer.
your presentation.
And you know what? One other point that I will mention, Lee, is, there are these individual cases in the literature where patients have outdoor activities with vitiligo, and they have years and years of sun exposure, no protection. Then there are those isolated reports of skin cancer. But in general, I think the literature and certainly my personal experience does not support an increase in skin cancers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Programs. Thank you. Okay, so to push the conversation even further, Dr. Hamzavi is going to come up and speak about the risk as well. Thank you very much, Doctor. I'll try to adjust the mic for you, but you can adjust it for yourself. Thank you. Dr. Hamzavi.
So they gave me 5 minutes, and I'm an academic. I mean, my wife keeps telling me shut up, and you guys want me to talk. And first of all, I wanted to say how much the affection this room gives us at Henry Ford and Detroit. We're so grateful that we have people from all over the country. But we are probably one of the most published groups in the world for vitiligo. We're also the most published group in the world for photoprotection. And Dr. Muhammad is one of the fastest rising stars in that whole field, and Dr. Lim is the head of that. And people ask, like, where did all that money come from? Where did all that effort come from? It's like, honestly, we have you. Research is about you. Research is about hope. It's also about us, because we want our lives to mean something. And Muhammad Ali had a quote that service to others is the rent you pay to be on this planet. And thank you for letting me pay my rent. So we're going to talk a little bit about the benefits and harmful effects of sunlight to my wonderful friends in this room. So let's go to the next slide, please. I want to compliment the eyewear of our AV guy. Lenny Kravitz has nothing on you. Vitamin D synthesis is probably one of the biggest benefits of UV light that we know of in human skin. We'll talk about that because how many of you heard about vitamin D in the sun? Okay, so you all worry about whether or not vitamin D is going to be a problem if you can't get sun exposure. Because as we've heard, your risk of skin cancer is not higher because you have vitiligo, but the risk of your vitiligo getting worse if you have a bad sunburn is a concern. And also sunburns are uncomfortable and they're painful. Secondly, you have the benefit of pigmentation. Our baseline pigment is developed by sun exposure. Now there are a whole host of other benefits, but that's the essential elements that people notice. Most people do not want to have a sunburn. Most people don't want to turn red, and we'll talk about the negatives, but vitamin D and pigmentation are two of the benefits. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I want to address vitamin D, and vitamin D is a huge controversy within our field of dermatology because we tell people to engage the sun responsibly. We're not saying don't get any sun, but we also don't want to have an epidemic of skin cancer, which we already have, getting worse in our youth. Now the reality is that there's a subgroup of our society that has a very high risk of skin cancer. They tend to be lighter skinned, they tend to burn easily, but all people, all skin types can get skin cancer, but the sun really drives skin cancer formation in lighter skin types. And since we have to have uniform messaging in a public health sphere, we don't get to customize it to different people. But this is a very intelligent room, so we're going to customize it a little bit. So vitamin D, this is a complicated pathway, but the key point behind it is that there's a thing called pre-vitamin D. When you have pre-vitamin D, it won't convert to a functional element until UV light hits it. So when you have the UV light and the combination of the base product, you get the vitamin D that ultimately is useful to the rest of your body. But on the right side of that screen, you see diet. You can get vitamin D from two sources. Now, this is Michigan. God created the sun, and he said, you can skip Michigan. Because we don't get that much sun here. And when we get the sun, we just want to be in it. And the reality is that in Michigan, if we didn't have food supplementation, we would never have enough vitamin D. And ever check your milk bottles? If you don't drink milk or if you have whatever other source, do you ever notice that there's vitamin D in there? Do you know why that came about? Because in the 1900s, there was an epidemic of rickets, where people had very weak bones because there wasn't enough vitamin D, and they didn't realize that there was a link. And in the early part of the 20th century, that link was established, and they started adding vitamin D because places like Michigan and New York don't get enough sun. And so as a result, you get most of your vitamin D, especially in states like Michigan, New York, the northern states of the United States, and Canada, from your diet. So that's been shown for years. And when people say you need the sun to give you vitamin D, and you want more natural source of vitamin D, there's no natural source of vitamin D. We don't make that. So that was my 5-minute marker, so I'll keep going. Next slide. So the key point about this slide is that the UV light will cause erythema and can cause aging as well as skin cancer. But I want you to start thinking about UV light like colors of the spectrum. So can anybody name the visible colors? What are the primary colors that come out of a prism? Red. Yep, we got red. Red in the house. Yep, green, blue, yes. Yes, very, okay, you guys did very well in elementary school. Congratulations. And you took your high school physics class and you passed it and you showed up. So you got that. So you can break down visible light into these components: red, yellow, green light, like you described. Well, UV light is something you can't see. If you can see UV light, then you need to take a medication, try to help you with your delusional. But you can't see UV light, but you can see the effect of UV light, because when you go out in the sun and you get a sunburn the next day, years ago we were able to filter out artificial lights, and we established that there's UV light. And we break UV light up into pieces, just like we have red light, green light. There's UVB, which causes burns very quickly. UVA, which causes more pigmentation and can cause a burn. And then there's UVC light, which is kind of like the friend that nobody talks about because it doesn't get in the atmosphere. We'll talk about UVC if you really want to, but it doesn't really apply to us because it doesn't hit us in the atmosphere because it's absorbed in the ozone layer. So UVB is the bad boy of UV light, causes the most intense sun. UVA is kind of the slide actor. There's a lot of it out there, but it causes pigmentation and can cause a burn, but it also seems to cause a lot of the chronic damage. Now, just like you do with any human society, you don't have the impact of a team based on one individual. I had a vitiligo student visiting the other day, and he has vitiligo, also a medical student he wanted to meet for a little bit, and he came to Detroit, and I took him out real quick to downtown, and all these people were there. And he's like, wow, all these people care about vitiligo? I was like, no, that's the draft. Well, teams have to come together like the NFL teams do, and so a team, like the Detroit Lions, can actually win championships, and then you have Atlanta, but we won't talk about Atlanta. Or LA can take our quarterback and win the Super Bowl, but that's okay. But you have teams coming together. Well, UVB, UVA, visible light, they all act together to have a whole different effect. So you can't just say that the world exists with only UVB, because when you go out there, there's UVB, UVA, visible light, infrared light, all acting together. Let's go to the next slide. So the harm of all these wavelengths coming together is that sunburns and possible worsening of vitiligo, Dr. Grimes covered that nicely with Kebnerization, as well as pigmentation, which is good and bad. If you have deep pigment in your skin and you are uniformly one color and you add pigment, it's a problem. The other thing about vitiligo is that vitiligo is a disease of well-being, and the way we perceive ourselves ultimately causes a lot of mental health issues. And I never appreciated that until I met a patient from North Carolina. He walked up to me and was talking to Dr. Harris and I at one of these meetings. And I always thought in my mind, well, I can see vitiligo more intensely in my darker skin patients, so it must bother them more. And he says, Doc, I haven't been in the sun for almost 2 years. every time the sun's out, I have to cover myself up because I just change colors and the vitiligo becomes even more apparent. And he hadn't been out in the sun, and of course, the sun has an impact on our mood, which maybe Dr. Muhammad will talk about, but there is a role for sun. It's not UV, it's actually blue light, but you need some of it for your mood. So now, if you have pigmentation, that's also a negative. But it also explains why we use UV, because when you use very targeted UV, narrow band UV, you get to induce pigmentation. You also do a little bit of suppression of the immune system, and that helps with your vitiligo. And then you also age the skin, you also get skin cancer. Next slide, please. This is an example of a squamous cell carcinoma. This can occur in all populations. A little bit more in people tend to get more sunburns, a little bit more in lighter skinned individuals. That's an example of what squamous cell carcinoma occurs in the skin. I have, in our surveys, we were one of the sites that looked at skin cancer risk. We only found vitiligo risk when we had people who were lighter skinned who had a lot of sunburns. And I've seen this on this location in vitiligo patients. Next slide, please. And so the key thing about skin cancer is that it's a lower risk. It doesn't mean you're never going to get it. It just doesn't happen at a higher risk than the general population. So there's a good and bad side to UV light. There's a good and bad side to sun. We had to have a balance, and I think Dr. Muhammad's going to talk a little bit more about how to photoprotect and add some more to this discussion. So thanks for listening, and again, thanks for all the love over the years.
Sweet. Thank you so much, Dr. Mzabi. One thing I want to ask you, and I'm trying to stay specific to not just location, but, and I know Dr. Muhammad is going to talk about misconceptions and all that in just a moment. But Steve said something in the video that stood out to me, and it was, even on a cloudy day, you have to be cautious. Is that the case? That doesn't work. Is it working now? I just cut it off. No.
Thanks. So it can be. So it depends on two factors. One is the degree of depigmentation that you have, but also your immune system. So some people are incredibly sensitive to every photon of light. We call those non-photoadapters. And then there's some people who are going to have a very sensitive reaction to different wavelengths of light. Those people have different types of receptors in their skin. So the non-photoadapters, even a cloudy day, will burn. We think they're up to a third. Some people say they're up to 15%. We're not sure exactly what that is, but you will know because you turn bright red every time the sun goes out. But then most of you, the cloudier it is, the less the intensity. So it depends on the person, but you can't say having a cloudy day is totally safe. It's just less aggressive than a sunny day.
Thanks, Doc. Thank you so much. Now to Dr. Muhammad. Let me fix the microphone, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Dr. Muhammad, please. She's going to talk about misconceptions.
All right, well, thank you so much for having me. It's truly an honor to be here. And I first got involved in the vitiligo community when I was a research fellow before I had even done my residency. And so it's been really inspiring to see how much the community has grown. And, you know, like to have events like this today, it's truly inspiring. And all of the work that you do really does make an impact on so many people. So thank you for having me. I'm really honored. So I wanted to have a very practical presentation about some misconceptions about sun protection and the effects of sun on our skin. And these were things that I actually thought before I got into the field of dermatology, and things that I hear my patients talk about pretty frequently when I'm doing their skin checks or just chatting to them about the effects of sun just on a day-to-day in my clinic. So can we go to the next slide, please? And the next one. Okay, so I know Dr. Hamzavi did a really great job about talking about the different types of wavelengths that are in sunlight. And so just to reiterate, UVB is what causes sunburns. UVA is responsible for some of the signs of photoaging, but can also contribute to sunburns. And then I'm just going to briefly touch on this last part over here, which is visible light. So visible light is the portion of the sunlight that we can actually see. So kind of that Roy G. Biv spectrum that you guys were mentioned and you knew really well. So visible light, we do know that it can have some effects on the skin, namely some oxidative damage and pigmentation, especially in darker skin tones. So I just want to set the stage for some of the other discussions that we're going to have regarding misconceptions about sun exposure. So just remember UVB, burns, UVA, aging, visible light, some skin damage and pigmentation. Okay, can we get to the next slide? Okay. So I know Dr. Hamzavi just really briefly talked about risk of sun damage on a cloudy day. And then next slide, please. But you can, in fact, get sun damage even through clouds because clouds are not going to block rays of the sun completely. So UV rays come through the clouds and they have an effect on our skin. Another thing that people commonly think of is that it's not hot outside, it's wintertime, so I don't really need to wear sunscreen. But when we think about sun exposure, we can't necessarily think of temperature because you can still have intense light exposure even on cold days. And so one thing that comes to mind is people who go for ski trips. They think, hey, it's wintertime, I don't really need to worry about sunscreen, but they get sunburns. And that's because the sun actually reflects off of the snow and can actually cause more intense exposure. So I typically will say, whether it's cloudy out, whether it's cold, if it's windy, still is a good idea to, put sunscreen on at least once a day. And if you're more sensitive to sun exposure, then you want to consider reapplying and maybe wearing a high SPF sunscreen. Okay, next slide. All right. So this is another thing that I hear commonly. People say, yeah, I'm not really going outside very much, so I just don't wear sunscreen or I don't protect against the sun. So this makes sense if you're kind of in a space with 4 walls and no windows and no outdoor lighting. Next slide. But most of our spaces have windows, and some people have floor to ceiling windows. Some people have a desk space that's right next to a window. Some people are in occupations where they're driving a lot, so they're not technically outside, but they have that window glass exposure. And so a lot of windows are going to block out UVB, which is what's responsible for sunburns, but it's still letting that UVA and that visible light in, which can still have impacts on our skin. So I say if you're going to be around windows for a long time, if you're driving a lot like a truck driver or any transportation services, still a good idea to be protecting against the sun. Okay, next slide. All right, so another thing that I hear is, yeah, I don't really burn in the sun, so I'm not really getting any sun damage. But this is also not the case. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so when we think about effects on the sun, we have our short-term effects and then the more long-term effects. So short terms are the things that you have probably experienced, like sunburn or some tanning of the skin. But over time, these repeated exposures to the sun can then cause things like aging, can cause things like skin cancer, and then abnormal pigmentation. And so this is actually a gentleman who was a truck driver. And so you can see that the left side of his face, which is what was exposed to the sun through window glass, has a lot more wrinkles, changes in skin texture, and small growths on the skin compared to the right side of the face, which was not directly next to a window. So something for us to keep in mind. Okay, next slide. All right. The other misconception that I wanted to touch on is that, only people with lighter skin tones need to protect against the sun. And, my family is of Indian origin. This is a very, very common misconception in our community. And I remember trying to get my dad to wear sunscreen, and he would say, Tasneem, I don't need sunscreen because I make my own sunscreen and it's called melanin. And while he wasn't incorrect, because Dr. Grimes did tell us that sunscreen, that melanin does in fact have some photoprotective effects on our skin, it's not the whole picture. So next slide, please. Because our ability to avoid sunburn is dependent on a lot of different things. One, it is dependent on how much pigmentation we have on our skin, but there are also genetic factors that are in play, and also the kind of sun exposure we're getting. Because I might not sunburn necessarily in a Detroit summer, but take me to the Caribbean, take me to somewhere closer to the equator, and I will definitely get a sunburn. So those are the things we kind of have to keep in mind, even if we have pigmentation in our skin. And then even if you don't sunburn, you still can experience more of the long-term signs of damage from the sun, like signs of aging and abnormal pigmentation. Okay, next slide, please. And the last thing I wanted to discuss is this concept about protecting against blue light or visible light from electronic devices. And I think this is really important to kind of know about, because I'm sure that all of us, within maybe like the first 10 minutes of waking up, looked at a screen. Whether it's our phone, our laptops, we're all looking at screens now. And so this is something that people have been talking about a lot in social media. Next slide, please. And you can see that there are a lot of marketing gimmicks out there for like different filters that we need to be using, different products that we need to protect against blue light from all of these electronic devices. But is that really the case? Next slide, please. So a lot of the studies that look at the effect of visible light on our skin are based on the exposure that we get from sunlight. But if we look at how much the intensity of light coming from devices is, it's about 1,000 times less than what's coming from the sun. So based on studies that we have looking at visible light specifically from devices, it seems like the light coming from devices is too weak to actually have a real impact on our skin. So while we definitely should be trying to protect against visible light, from the sun, we don't necessarily need to worry about visible light from our devices. Okay, so I know I'm probably a little over time, but I just wanted to run through those misconceptions, and really happy to take any questions. Thank you so much for your attention.
I appreciate you being receptive of the time, but we're fine. We're doing great with our timing. And thank you very much, Doctor, for that. And make sure that this one, hey, look at that, it works. Let me give this to Dr. Muhammad. Pardon me, Doctor. This is going to be almost a different kind of question. But you talked about blue light. I never even thought of that. And I know we talk about it when we talk about our waking up and all of that. But I never really thought of. You mentioned so many different kind of light there that I only thought of sunlight. What a great mention. I want to ask you though. And this is kind of a little bit self-serving. What does it mean to have access? Because Dr. Hamzavi talked about it for a minute. For a young doctor to have access to all the things that Henry Ford has, how has that changed what you do? And because I'm interested to see what brings a doctor to us.
Yeah. So I think for me it was a couple things. So I have some family members who have vitiligo and were really impacted by their vitiligo. And so, I knew it kind of existed, it was out there, but until I actually started my research time at Henry Ford, I didn't really understand all of the impact that it could have on people's lives, the challenges that were faced in terms of, back then it was hard to get insurance coverage for treatments, and I think it is still difficult today, but, there has been so much growth, and having the opportunity to be involved in the support group, to train with doctors who are really passionate about vitiligo and taking care of people with vitiligo and meeting people who had vitiligo. I think those were all really experiences that made me want to keep going and help to move the field forward.
And I don't want to put you on the spot, and I know all the doctors are doing different things in the different area that they're in, but you said doing research. What are you working on?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So we actually have a very robust clinical trials unit. So we are doing a couple trials with vitiligo right now. Looking at implantable devices for vitiligo, so something that you kind of put under the skin and it will kind of dissolve, and our hope is that when combined with light, it will bring back pigmentation.
Is that Clinicville?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I've
Yes.
known about that company for about 15 years or
Yes,
so. Good,
yes,
good.
yep.
Oh, back to you, sorry.
Yep, and then we're also looking at some clinical trials with, you may have heard of JAK inhibitors. So ruxolitinib, we're all very happy that it was approved by the FDA for treatment of vitiligo, and that was a huge advance. So now we're looking at other types of JAK inhibitors, or even oral, like pill versions of JAK inhibitors, to see if those can potentially help vitiligo as well.
Nice. Thank you very much. Now, yeah, please give all the doctors a round of applause. So I'll let you hold on to that microphone for a second, because now we're actually going to open up to question and answer. Mohsen is here somewhere with a microphone. There he is. See him over in the blue shirt. He waved over here with the blue shirt with the microphone on. He had to hit the button to turn it on. Just good to go. Yep. It takes a second. So if you have a question, we just ask that you raise your hand. A question or even a statement if you'd like to share. Just ask you raise your hand, and then we will bring the microphone to you, and then we can. Steve, already have a question? Which one of you guys wants to try that one? Dr. Mzabi?
Yeah, UVC, we can talk about it, but it's not relevant because it doesn't come through the ozone layer. UVC is mostly a disinfectant, and so UVC doesn't really affect human skin for the most part. But we can talk about if people are interested, if they use it in their workplace. It's used in Detroit for curing certain chemicals, but does not apply to the vast majority of the human population. And ozone is that outer gas in our environment that blocks UV.
Okay, Mohsen, we have one right here. Question right here, up front. In front. Go ahead.
What percentage of vitiligo is hereditary versus just a later on in life autoimmune?
And before you answer that, I'm just going to repeat it for the people who are watching online. We do have people watching. What is vitiligo hereditary? How many people have vitiligo? Is it hereditary? Is that how they have it? Go ahead, Dr. Grimes.
It is a little hereditary. We do think that there is a major hereditary component for vitiligo. If you look at data from all over the world, the frequency of other members happening varies from anywhere to 15% to 30% on average. So there's been an enormous amount of genetic work done on vitiligo. And so if you look at the genes that we think are involved, we think that individuals inherit immune susceptibility genes in families. One person may get vitiligo, someone else may get thyroid disease, someone else may get rheumatoid arthritis, and someone may get all three. So clearly, there are genetic issues. There is a genetic susceptibility for vitiligo. But I will tell you, at our institute, we're seeing something very new. And
Institute, we see new onset vitiligo patients, vitiligo individuals every single day. So it is really a major focus of what we do day in and day out. There's the general practice, working up new individuals with the condition, our follow-up patients. We do phototherapy, we do detailed baseline workups, and we also have a clinical trials division. So we're engaged in multiple clinical trials as well. Matter of fact, Dr. Tasneem mentioned that implant. We're doing that implant too.
I know California, a lot of people in California, they're very nutrition conscious. Do they come in with these different holistic modalities, and how do you treat that?
You know, I'm going to talk about nutrition, Lee, in the afternoon, but yeah, we're gonna spend time on nutrition. But yes, in Southern California, there is a strong holistic movement. And I'm going to call it, there's the good, the bad, the ugly side, and very often individuals will come in. I've had individuals come in and it's like, oh, Dr. Grimes, see my list. I'm on 20 plus supplements. It's like, yeah, and so where'd you get them? Oh, I went to this site and that site. So I'm so happy we're having this conversation so that I'm hoping we can give you some accurate information this afternoon, rather than Dr. Google information.
All right. Is there another question? Yes.
I'm not sure why is that, because it's coming through. I mean,
I can take mine from.
I think it's
Yeah. Or stand right in front of the speaker. Go ahead and say your name first.
Keith Howard, mother of family of 14, 10 boys, 4 girls. I'm the only one that got caught to big a lot of the family, the only one. So.
Okay. So, just a statement. Yeah, how long have you been dealing with it? How do you deal with the sun?
No problem, no issue at all.
You don't put any sunscreen on. How often do you find that, Doctor, maybe Dr. Hanzabi can answer that one. How often do you find that, because I have to put on sunscreen, Keith doesn't. How often do you find the differences? Because I'm not a doctor, but either one of you can answer that question, by the way. How often do you find someone that has vitiligo but does not have to put on any SPF, nothing?
So,
thanks, Keith.
I do want to point out one thing about Keith's element. So before I answer that question, we often find families like Keith's family, and God bless Mother McCoy with 14 kids. But there's a wide variation. Dr. Harris was actually at our event last year, and his group is doing quite a bit of work on looking at a thing called the GWAS. The G1 Association Survey, that's an American-based population survey. We did one a couple of years ago. We're trying to get better details, but vitiligo is a combination of genetics and environment. Why did Mother McCoy have 14 kids and only one got vitiligo? The gene's there, it's just that it wasn't activated in the rest of the kids, and we're trying to figure that part out. The other thing about how often do people wear sun protection, there's a survey coming out, and I don't know the data, and I'm not sure, I saw a poster, I don't know what the numbers are. Anybody know the numbers of percent of people who use photo protection? I don't know the exact number, but it's out there somewhere.
You know, when we do our vitiligo intake, we ask every single individual, do you have a known family history of vitiligo? But then we also go a step further, and we will query them on autoimmune conditions on the maternal, the paternal side of the family. So, one other piece of information that genetics is involved is if you want to know, even though you may not have it in your immediate family, siblings, parents, you have to go further. You have to go to grandparents. And even if you don't pick up vitiligo, if you take that deeper dive, you will pick up autoimmunity. You will pick up someone in the family having thyroid disease, Hashimoto's thyroiditis. So you gotta peel the onion a little bit further, which again gives us additional insight that genes are probably clearly at play. And one comment, and I would love to get Il and Tasneem's what they think about this. You know, if we look at differences in darker versus lighter skin, in darker skin, we always talk about stratum corneum. And while some studies suggest that it's not thicker per se, but you have more layers, and I think maybe that's playing a difference in whether or not some darker skinned individuals may be burning, because there is data which suggests that if you do MED testing in a group of patients with vitiligo, and then you divide them by skin type, the MED will vary from your lighter skinned individuals with vitiligo in the vitiligo area versus your darker skinned individual with that same white patch.
And I think that goes to show that, you know, we mentioned that your likelihood of sunburn, it's not just about skin tone specifically, there are other factors at play. But kind of building off what Dr. Grimes mentioned, there are studies showing that people with darker skin tones, even in their areas of vitiligo, it's not the same as someone who's very light-skinned. So there is still some photoprotections, there's some quality that where you do have a higher threshold for developing sunburn even in your vitiligo patches.
I have another question here when you guys are ready. Go ahead.
So in those excellent videos, somebody mentioned that they don't burn anywhere except for their chest. Some of you have had phototherapy, and I think that was you. Okay, great. Very well said. So the term that Dr. Grimes was referring to and Dr. Muhammad is a term called photoadaptation. So about 10, 12 years ago at Henry Ford, we did very careful studies of various skin types, and there's 6 skin types, lighter, darker shades, and we looked at the vitiligo areas and the areas were normally pigmented, and we found a lot of variation. We also found this variation that she referenced using a technique called confocal microscopy and biopsies, and it did show that the stratum corneum did increase. So some of you might go to the beach in Michigan in, let's say, June, and you burn. Now, if you go to the exact same beach in September, what happens? You don't burn in many cases. Now, some people always burn. That's called photoadaptation. Well, this ability to adapt to light is why we increase the dose in phototherapy. But there's a lot of variation in vitiligo skin, and just because you lack pigment does not mean you're going to get sunburn, and then it changes. We think maybe the reason why the chest tends to burn when we were talking about the videos is because, one, the chronic UV exposure over lifetimes, there's a change in the stratum corneum, but there's also a change in the type of bacteria, a thing called the microbiome, that might explain these variations. But we see these regional variations. I got a question. Can she?
Yeah, there's a couple questions.
Okay.
I'm waiting for you guys. I have a question here first, and then I'll go here, here, and here. But we have about 10 minutes left for this part, so we'll keep the questions brief, and then, of course, doctors keep the answers brief. Okay, go ahead, Phyllis. First of all, say your name, and stand up, say your name, and then tell us your question.
Phyllis Gilmer, and my question is, I am an avid golfer, so I go out and play. I do live my life. I don't let anything stop me, but I use sunscreen frequently. I use it regularly. I keep a tube in my golf bag. What I want to know is, even though there's supposed to be no additional risk of skin cancer for us, I think we all have this subconscious paranoia about, well, you know, is that true or not? How can we tell if there's a blemish or something that we should be concerned about? And how frequently should we have our skin checked? Once a year, once every 6 months? Is it not a real concern to have our body checked?
Specific doctor or to whoever wants it? Okay, Dr. Muhammad, you want to take that? Thank you.
So, and I think this goes back to what Dr. Hamzavi said about, there isn't an increased risk of skin cancer in people with vitiligo, but you do have a baseline risk. So for most people, if they have enough sun exposure, they may develop a skin cancer. And so the things that we say to look out for are spots that are, so most of us don't make moles, new moles, past our, like 40s. If you notice new growths that are growing in size, and especially growing rapidly, that are bleeding, that are changing in color, those are the ones where you want to bring attention to your dermatologist, because even though we're not getting true moles, we can get other, sunspots, other, like little wisdom spots, but sometimes it's hard for us to be able to tell the difference. So going to your dermatologist and bringing your concerns to them, I think, is a great way to just, have some peace of mind for yourself, but also so your dermatologist is aware of what's going on with your skin. And in terms of skin checks, usually we'll say, for people who have greater risks, so maybe personal or family history of skin cancer, lots of blistering sunburns, things like that, we say at least once a year. For other people who maybe don't have a lot of risk factors, every couple years, once you hit your 40s is usually good. But again, those growing, bleeding, changing spots are the things that you want to bring to your dermatologist's attention.
Okay, doctors, we're over here now for another question. Please stand up, sir. There you go. The mic's yours.
Doctors, this question is for you. I didn't hear you mention, my name is Steve Schuster. I'm godfather to Dr. Lisa Schuster. And my question is, speaking about vitiligo, do moles affect the vitiligo patients any more than they do an average person? Because in my family, cancer is very hereditary, I believe. Dr. Lisa has vitiligo. I have a niece that has lupus. My brothers and I have all suffered prostate cancer. I've had skin cancer twice. So I believe it's hereditary. And I also had a cousin that died of skin cancer too.
So I can
Thank you for your question.
So I think that given your comments, I think this is something that has to be addressed on an individual basis when you evaluate that new patient individual that you're working up for vitiligo. So patient comes in, they have vitiligo, but they also have multiple moles nevi. For every individual that we see, we routinely do a full body examination. So that is standard for us, and the only time it doesn't happen is when the patient refuses to have a full body exam. So in addition to looking at the areas of depigmentation, we also look at nevi. We will query you regarding any history of skin cancers. And for patients who have a history of skin cancers or you have multiple moles, then if there are any suspicious moles, we will biopsy them. If you have a history of atypical moles, then that may factor into what type of treatment we recommend for you long term. And it becomes a little bit more of a complicated approach. And we've even talked about some of these cases at vitiligo meetings. So again, I think you need a full body examination. We should always evaluate you for any suspicious moles, and that should be taken into consideration in whether or not biopsies are done and what we recommend for long-term therapies.
All right, doctors, we're here in the middle now. Another question. Go ahead and stand up, please. I know you, Alicia, but please stand up, let everybody know who you are, and go ahead with your question.
Okay, Alicia Archibald in Georgia. So my question, Dr. Hamzavi, you were mentioning when Ms. Beverly was talking about the skin on the neck. So I don't know if this is just a myth when people say, well, you have thinner skin in some areas. Because I know with me, since my vitiligo, since I'm depigmented in certain areas, I tend to sunburn, say like on the tops right here, on the tops of my cheek, or like certain spots on my neck, and whereas my legs may not burn as easy, and like or the tops of my ears. So is that true about having thinner skin in certain areas?
So I want to give a quick, maybe professorial comment, and that is medicine is a bunch of observations that we try to create a story from. So the observation is that there are some spots in our body, our ears, by our eyes, cheeks, that tend to burn more. And then we do studies to try to see if we can explain that. So people have looked at stratum corneum, the top layer of skin that Dr. Grimes referred to. There's also another physical element, which is we get a lot more sun exposure to those areas. So over a lifetime, you tend to reduce some of the layers of the skin, and that protection is also a factor. So you get more sun, the skin is thinner on the top layer, and then the mid portion of the skin, the dermis also shrinks down. But we will consistently observe that the ears, very common location for skin cancer, very common areas of burns. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever burnt on your palms? Anybody here burn in their palms? Soles of their feet? The stratum corneum is thickest on those locations. So it is an explanation, but not for all scenarios. But yes, it is something that we notice that the thickness is a factor.
All right, so I'm right here, everybody. We got one right here, Beverly.
Hi, everyone. I'm Beverly Smith. I was the one with the burning of the light in the chest in the photo booth. Now, since I've had vitiligo, and I've only had it for 9 years, since 2015. I got it when I was 67 years old. Now I find I really like to take a hot shower, but I can't take a hot shower anymore because it's still, the hot water burns the same area since the vitiligo in my chest area. So I don't know if it's because of the skin has gotten thinner in that area, but a real hot shower, my chest is red for 4 or 5 days. And if, one other question, what is, or do you know what the link is with vitiligo and glaucoma? I've developed glaucoma since I've had, well, I probably had it already, but I've had glaucoma since I've had vitiligo as well.
Sweet. Thank you, Beverly. She said severe glaucoma. I don't know which doctor wants to take that, but.
So I will touch upon it and then maybe pass the mic off. So, you know, previously, we thought of vitiligo as, you know, it's an autoimmune condition, it's affecting our skin, and then we have to kind of look at some of these other areas and other organ systems, like, you know, thyroid issues, you know, type 1 diabetes and things like that. But more recently, there have been studies coming out that other areas where we have melanocytes, so you can get melanocytes in your eyes, and that's what gives you, you know, pigment in your eyes. You have melanocytes in your ears. And so there are studies coming out showing that there can be, in people who have vitiligo, maybe there is increased presence of ear and eye findings. I'm not sure if glaucoma is one of them. So I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Grimes.
You know, I agree with Tasneem. We are now finding that melanocytes in the eye and the ear, studies suggesting that they may be involved in vitiligo. And many years ago, when I started in the area, one of the first studies we were involved in is looking at eye manifestations in patients, in individuals with vitiligo. We didn't see glaucoma in that early study, and it was not reported in the early study dating back to 1979, looking at the eye in patients with vitiligo. But there are some recent studies showing an increase in glaucoma, and one of my patients that I've followed for a while, he just developed glaucoma, and he was the one who actually forced me to go back and take a look and reassess the relationship. The other issue, Beverly, regarding your shower and the areas becoming inflamed, you know, there's a cell in your skin, it's called a mast cell. And so we're seeing now that mast cells may be involved in a number of skin disorders. So that may be a player here, and we can talk about it.
I'm also going to make a case for all of you to stay engaged with research, because we can ask these questions. If we didn't notice it in previous surveys, and we did look at glaucoma about 7 years ago, we didn't see it, but we can check for that. And then glaucoma, unfortunately, in the Detroit area is actually relatively common, and unfortunately it's also more common in Black Americans in the city. And we have one of the world experts, Dr. Imami, who's the head of our Department of Ophthalmology, who's studying that. So you have two diseases that are in the 1%, 0.75 to 1%. So it won't be surprising that two diseases that are relatively common, vitiligo and glaucoma, coexist. But we will look at those associations if you want us to, and we'll kind of find out.
Okay, we're trying to stay on a good schedule here. So to all of the doctors, thank you very much for taking the time. A couple of things I do want to say before we go. Please, give the doctors a round of applause. Thank you all. Please stay seated for just one moment. We're going to break for lunch, but before we do, I want to be clear. We have another panel, two panels coming up just later on today. We're going to talk about the emotions behind this, and so get your questions ready. Also, if you fill these out, Wilson, there he is. If you fill these, see most with the blue shirt on over there. If you fill these out yet, if you haven't, please take the time and fill this out now and give it to Wilson over here. He'll come by and get it. Just put your hand up, he'll grab it. If not, you can fill it out and take it to the side table over there. By the way, Doc Rich is here. What up, Doc? My man. Appreciate you. I'm going to ask you to shout out.
In the house.
Pleasure, man. So thank you all. This was a great panel. Keep your questions coming on the other side of lunch. So we had a great morning. We talked about the sun's effects on this V-Strong Shine event, but we have a lot to get to. You can go ahead and turn the music down if you can, Lawrence. We have a lot to get to, and the next panel that we are going to start off with is near and dear to my heart. We're going to talk about not only nutrition, because that's something if you guys know me, you know I'm very much into nutrition. Also, we're going to talk about the mental health aspects and considerations, not only from the adult perspective, but from the pediatric perspective. And mental health is the biggest struggle for someone who has vitiligo. It can put you in isolation. It can make you doubt interaction. It can make you doubt the validity of people paying attention to you. And so having vitiligo, yes, it is challenging, but the challenge is when people look at the vitiligo spots, how do you handle that? How do you handle it? And it's important to me. That's one thing that's been so very important to me to talk about from day one, talk about as I traveled, speaking on different events. That is the thing that I talk about most, because that transcends vitiligo itself. It's just about the human condition. So let me start by introducing the doctors for this next panel as we talk about nutrition and mental health. I want to start with, once again, Dr. Grimes, Dr. Pearl Grimes. And of course, you know her from the panel earlier, but if not, I will introduce her yet again. Dr. Grimes is a dermatologic expert and leading international authority in vitiligo and pigmentation disorders. As the director of the Vitiligo and Pigmentation Institute of Southern California, Dr. Grimes. Okay, and then, okay. Now, Dr. Grimes is going to specifically address nutrition this time, which is, I hinted to it earlier, but we're going to dig in deeper in a moment. Also, Dr. Lisa Schuster. She's a pediatric psychologist. She completed her MA and PhD in clinical psychology at the University of Detroit Mercy, where she was appointed assistant professor at UT Southwest in 2015. And I've talked to Dr. Schuster before. She is very knowledgeable, and also she has a specific connection to us with vitiligo. So a round of applause for Dr. Schuster. And finally on the panel, Dr. Lori Bohr. She is from Dearborn, Michigan, is affiliated with Henry Ford Hospital. She received her medical degree from Wayne State University School of Medicine and has been in practice for 20 years. Dr. Lori Bohr. All right, so I am going to get out of the way again. Thank you. You can sit. All right, I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to let Dr. Grimes start us off with nutrition, because you know how I am passionate about my nutrition. I am one of the guys who came with a list of vitamins. A list of vitamins. You can ask Dr. Lim, and he listened to everything. So, yes, so Dr. Grimes.
Lee, guess what? I'm probably 10 times more passionate about nutrition and vitiligo than you are. So, guys, I will tell you this. I have been obsessed with nutritional supplements and vitiligo for, I would say, well over 25 years. Since the very first paper that was published probably in the 90s by a gentleman from South America. And his last name is Dr. Montez. And Dr. Montez published a paper on the role of vitamin B12 and folic acid and vitamin C and its beneficial effects for individuals with vitiligo, and that really sparked my interest in this area. And that's when I began to take a deep dive in looking at a place of nutritional supplements for patients with vitiligo. So I think that, number one, we have an increasing number of studies in the literature that clearly suggest that there is a place for nutritional supplements, vitamins, and we'll also talk about a healthy diet for individuals with vitiligo. So why would we consider supplements? Well, let's go back for a minute and look at what causes your melanocytes, or those pigment cells in vitiligo, to be destroyed. So I think in general, when most of you think of what is causing your vitiligo, you hear us now over and over and over describing vitiligo as an autoimmune disorder where your immune system is attacking your pigment cells. And we subscribe to that doctrine. I think that that is the pathway driving the final damaging effect, or that final bullet that kills your melanocytes. But if we step back for a moment and ask, what becomes the angry moment for the final bullet, then I think that may be why we should be taking supplements. So what is that? What are the initial moments? What are the initial events that begin the cascade of causing your melanocytes to be destroyed. So what we think is happening, number one, if you look at healthy skin and healthy cells, we all have inherent or intrinsic systems in our cells that allow us to handle what we call oxidative stress, or those free radicals that can be produced as a part of how we handle inflammation or toxins, but it's a part of our natural defense pathways. So what we think is that in vitiligo, that normal pathway may not function so well. So the initial act of destruction that we think begins the cycle of why the immune system kicks in is what we call the inability to handle oxidation, oxidative stress. So that is why, and there are multiple studies now which document the role of oxidative stress in being the initial event that leads to the destruction of pigment cells in vitiligo. So most of the supplements that we recommend in some way are antioxidants. So if you're going to take supplements for vitiligo, and we go through that list of supplements, the ones that have been shown to be most beneficial are powerful antioxidants. So if you go to, one of the things that I experience on a very frequent basis in the individuals who come in and see me, one of the very first questions that I am asked is, Dr. Grimes, what do you think about, should I be taking vitamins? What about this, this, or this? And I will then ask, well, what are you taking? And that list can vary considerably. Well, where are you getting your information from? Well, Dr. Google said blah, blah, blah. Now, there's a slippery slope there, and this is the slippery slope. All supplements are not created equal. Now, what do I mean by that statement? I already talked about oxidative stress and the importance of antioxidants, but there are many supplements out there that are not antioxidants. Vitiligo is an autoimmune condition where your immune system is already in overdrive. There's supplements out there, I'll give you the name of a few. There's astragalus, there is golden seal, there is echinacea. Some of these we take if we have a cold. Well, you don't want to take these supplements on a long-term basis because guess what? What do you think happens? They put your immune system in overdrive, and that's not what we want. We want it nice and even and functioning in a normal, healthy way. We don't want it under-functioning. We don't want it over-functioning. We want that perfect, steady state. I have even had patients who have come in and they'll tell me, Dr. Grimes, I suddenly started taking all of these supplements, and I go through their list, and they've got new onset vitiligo, and they've got new onset autoantibodies, and I go through their supplement list, and it's crazy. So it is very important in taking supplements that you take the right ones. So which supplements are on my list? I generally recommend that patients take a good multivitamin. Alpha lipoic acid is a powerful antioxidant. It is on our list. Why do I like alpha lipoic acid? Because it also generates the production of glutathione. And excuse me for coughing. I think I'm gonna, where did I put that? Oh. Yeah, thank you, Lee. Glutathione is the most powerful antioxidant in the body. So alpha-lipoic is on our list. Fish oils are on our list. The omega-3s, 1,000 milligrams a day. Fish oils are powerful antioxidants. Probiotics are important. There is some data in the literature now, emerging data, what we call gut dysbiosis, and the gut microbiome is being shown to be increasingly important in having a healthy immune response. Other supplements that have shown benefit for individuals with vitiligo include vitamin E, vitamin C, ginkgo biloba. At least 3 studies in the literature on ginkgo biloba. One of the interesting aspects of ginkgo biloba that has not been shown with other supplements, there's a pathway in the body, we call it NRF or NERF. And the NERF pathway is the most important pathway in the body that is your protector against oxidative stress. And there are a couple of studies showing that ginkgo biloba has the ability to elevate NERF or NRF levels. So, and one other benefit of ginkgo is it can help anxiety if an individual is going through anxiety. But one of the complications of it is, and you have to be cautious on this, is it can prolong bleeding times. So I think the take-home message for me for supplements in general, I think they are beneficial. The benefits are probably more substantial than any negative components. You just have to take the right ones. One comment on diet. There is no specific vitiligo diet. However, that has been tested. The diet that I recommend to my patients is a Mediterranean diet, because a Mediterranean diet in general is a much healthier diet. If you can do organic and get rid of pesticides or any chemicals or preservatives, that is a healthy diet for individuals with vitiligo. And then my final comment, Dr. Hamzavi addressed vitamin D. Now, if there is only one vitamin that you can take, and that's why I saved it to last, guess what? Everybody in this room should be on vitamin D. It is not a vitamin. It is a hormone, and it is a part of that natural human evolutionary pathway that keeps us healthy. It modulates your immune system so that it functions properly. When you are vitamin D deficient, your immune system is compromised. So an optimal vitamin D level should be around 50 or 60. If you have never had your vitamin D level checked, I would strongly, and I'm going to say it again, I would strongly, strongly recommend that everyone in this room have your vitamin D level checked and you go on supplementation to correct any vitamin D deficiency. It is that important. And deficiency has been reported in multiple studies in individuals with vitiligo because we tend to avoid the sunlight. Thank you. And we can tease it out more in Q&A time.
Man, that was good stuff, wasn't it? We're going to make these, the recordings that are being done will be available online on our YouTube page, our Facebook page later on. So make sure we'll post this. I do have, I have one question for you. And I know this panel is shorter, so I'll try to get to this question quick. There's something called Recolor. It's a multivitamin. Have you heard of it? Okay. So what do you think of a multi that it says it covers everything specifically for people with vitiligo? I'm not trying to down any company. How many people out there have heard of that one? Recolor. Recolor. Okay, 1, 2, 3. It says it has everything you need if you have vitiligo in one pill. So that's my question. Does that exist, everything in one pill?
You know, Lee, the last time I looked at dosing for that supplement, I thought the levels were too low. So you could take it as a multi, but I would clearly recommend the individual supplement so that you're getting a higher dose.
All right, I promise. You guys write your questions down. We will get to your questions, of course, coming up in just a bit, but now we're going to push forward. And Dr. Bohr is next. Dr. Bohr, you're next. You come up to the podium now. Dr. Bohr, she is going to address specifically the benefits, adult mental health, and considerations when it comes to vitiligo. Dr. Bohr. Thank you. I want to make sure I got the microphone. There you go. You good?
Yep, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for having me today. It's an honor to be here. I am actually a geriatric psychiatrist, and it leads into Dr. Schuster's work because if most people, if all people were nicer to children, I would have a lot less work. I'd still have plenty of work. So I'm going to talk today about the mental health aspects of vitiligo specifically. Could you turn to the next slide, please? So the sun and the mood are inextricably linked. Sure. So our bodies need sun, need sunlight, they need the vitamin D, they need the processes. We talk about it for the body, but we also need it for the mind. People that have low vitamin D levels have higher levels of depression. In my dementia workups, vitamin D is a standard lab test because sometimes having a low level of vitamin D can impact memory. It also affects melatonin and sleep. The sun and your bodies have such an old school programming from the dawn of time that the sunlight will set your sleep schedule. And when your sleep schedule gets out of whack, everything else goes, your health, your mood, your immune system. So we like to keep them linked. I'm sure you've heard of the Valiant study that was done a couple years ago. And this study is very interesting because it surveyed people specifically with vitiligo about mental health issues. And the average number for almost all the boxes up here is about 40%. 46% reported disruption to their daily lives. 48% reported things would be very different without my vitiligo. 42% would be farther along in their careers without it. But my interesting last box is the self-report direct from the interviewer and the one that was given as a passive questionnaire. When people were surveyed about depressive symptoms, only 25% said they actually had some form of depression, whether it was low mood, low motivation, low energy, no interest in being with others, sometimes even suicidality. Interestingly, on the passive questionnaire, when the questionnaire was handed and the person was not directly asked by another human being, that jumped to 55%. So that means it's not that people are hiding stuff from us, but they're that uncomfortable talking to us about that. And that can be deadly because there are plenty of us that can help in these situations. Next slide, please. So specifically to vitiligo, when they surveyed people, 90% met a criteria for a diagnosable psychiatric condition. And that means when we, as psychiatrists, diagnose people with mental health conditions, we use what's called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. It's the 5th version now. We call it the DSM. And it's not supposed to be a cookie cutter. It's not supposed to be a form. It's supposed to be like Pirates of the Caribbean, the Pirates Code guidelines. So they're guidelines for depression. Most of the 90% of the diagnoses are social phobia, social anxiety, major depression, and generalized anxiety, but also substance abuse. There is a high secret population of alcohol use among vitiligo, and it's concerning to us because alcohol use has its own properties and its own damages to the system, to the immune system, to the brain, to the rest of the body, and even the skin, but also because that something else is wrong. I'm sorry, go back just one second. because of the fear of the sun and the damage it can do to your skin, people are tending to stay in the house more. They isolate more. That leads to loneliness. And the elderly population, loneliness is now an epidemic according to the Surgeon General. Loneliness kills. People who tell me that they're lonely have a 90% chance of passing away within the next year. And as a geriatric psychiatrist, that means I need to move. I need to move on medications for them. I need to move on social activities. I have to get them out of the loneliness. Some people are socially isolated and they're fine with that. Like I can see there's people, especially my veterans, they live in a cabin in the middle of the woods with like running water, if that, and they're satisfied, they're happy. But then I have people who live in a vibrant community and their friends aren't coming by, their family's not coming around, so then they are lonely. One of the biggest things that is coming out now in the psychiatry field is how are all of the other systems linked. Immune inflammation markers travel all over the body and do what they want to do to each part of the body. The brain is not immune. When somebody has a heart attack, sometimes they come down with full-on depression 6 weeks later. Even though they survived the heart attack, it was actually easy for the cardiologist to take care of the problem. They're back to living their full life, but the heart attack set off an inflammatory storm, and those markers went straight to the brain to cause depression. And that's what vitiligo can do, but we don't have enough research on this because heart attacks and depression are inextricably linked, so much so now that when somebody has a heart attack, the psychiatrist is right behind the cardiologist. But with vitiligo, we don't know how those inflammatory markers are changing the brain. So again, Dr. Hamzavi talked about the need for research, and this is one of the biggest areas in vitiligo that we need, is how are these markers changing the brain for depression? Interestingly, Dr. Schuster and I were talking about this. When adolescents and people with poor coping skills get into a situation where they can't get out of, or they don't know how to cope, they will cut their skin, and you see it in the movies. Interestingly, the vitiligo population does not do this. And the question is why? Why not? Which is great, because we don't want self-harm. We don't want people cutting themselves. It's like a psychodynamic standpoint that their skin is already different. They don't want to draw more attention to it. We don't know. This part we don't care. Just please. Lack of self-harm in this population to us is actually a very good thing. There are also higher rates of suicidal thinking in the vitiligo population, but how many people go to complete suicide because of their vitiligo? Again, we don't know. We don't say that people succeed at suicide because that is not something we want people to succeed at. We say that they completed. So for those completers of suicide, we always wonder why, what happened, what could have been done differently. Again, and suicide is a very modifiable risk factor for mental health. There is a whole body of research and a big old conference in England about it coming up, but it is very modifiable, and people who are having that line of thinking don't have to keep going down the road. There is plenty of help. So next slide, please. So that leads me into my next slide, and my last slide. When do you seek help? This goes for anything. This goes for any condition, any point in life, any big stressor that has come along. It's when your life is now in a state of dysfunction, when you are not sleeping, when you are not eating, when you are in a room full of your family members and you wish they would all go home. Why are they still here? Can't they just leave me alone? I've heard that a lot. Not caring for yourself, not taking showers, not brushing your hair, wearing the same clothes 3-4 days in a row, and you only change because somebody's coming over. You don't want them to know what you've got going on. Isolating and avoiding in a different sense to avoid the sun and to avoid harm to your skin. People will cancel engagements, they kind of ghost out from the family. Some people drop off a cliff and we never hear from them again. So if people in your lives are showing these things too, step up. This is something that you can intervene and help them with. There are some people that sleep fine, they eat fine, they're still showing up at work, and they look good, and those are the people that worry us the most because everything looks good, and yet they might be thinking of something else. One of my patients has depression, and when we need to adjust medications or we need to find different support services for her is when she says, I hate everything and I hate everybody again. but she's eating, she's sleeping, and she just has this extreme sense of irritability. And irritability is not listed much in medicine, but some people who have high levels of irritability, especially children, have higher levels of depression. Last two are suicidal thoughts and substance use above your norm. People can have a drink every now and then. That's fine. You know, you have a celebration, you have a drink, but now you're having a drink every night, and now it's 2 every night, it's 3 every night. You're going out with your friends Friday, Saturday, Sunday, getting plastered to the point where they are bringing you home and they are concerned about your use. That's hiding something. That's trying to like self-medicate feelings. That is a big red flag for us. Suicidal thoughts do not get you into the hospital. We have many patients who say, oh, I've always thought of killing myself, but I didn't want to get locked up. So good news for that is there are no psych beds in the state in any hospital available right now. We cannot throw people in the hospital. We cannot lock them up. But this means 2 of my patients are sitting in the emergency room since Sunday waiting for a spot. So if you have suicidal thoughts and the rest of our algorithm means that you're safe to be at home, why would we put you somewhere? This is a modifiable thing. This is something that we can work with, but we need to know so we can help with those risk factors. For some people, like I said, it's the social isolation, loneliness. Some people, it's not sleeping. And, well, I'm sorry, there is one more slide. If you can get to that slide, please. Where to seek help. Not everybody needs a medication. I have so many patients that come to see me and they say, I don't want to take anything. I take enough medicine. And as a geriatric patient, yes, they do. They already take enough medicine. But at the same time, you wear eyeglasses because you can't see. And if you can't get out of bed, medication can help you with that. If you've been chronically not sleeping, and it's not because of sleep apnea or a poor sleep cycle, sometimes a couple of weeks, couple months of a medication to help can get you back on track. So psychiatrists and therapists take care of mental health realms. Therapists are social workers and psychologists that are based in research and therapy. They don't do medications. The psychiatrist, like me, will look at your medications, do a health evaluation. Heck, I've even done physical exams, and people are surprised I own a stethoscope, but we have to make sure that it is not some other medical reason causing a depression, like a thyroid problem or high sugars or something like that. So, if things are simple enough, good old-fashioned self-care strategies can be enough. Getting back on a sleep schedule, signing up to go to places on a regular basis, getting back into church. Now, I know there are people who are atheists, and I know there are some people who have problems with religion, but study after study has shown that people who are plugged into a house of worship have less rates of depression, less rates of suicide, and for the doctors, better rates of taking their medication. So we highly advise that if that is your thing. I have on the flip side from Dr. Grimes, avoiding natural supplements, she's talking about vitamins, which are okay. For me, there's stuff like St. John's wort, which in conjunction with psychiatric medications can kill you. So we say avoid supplements without checking us first because we don't want you to get into any trouble. Some people believe that they can do it with just the herbs and flowers that are sold at the store, but we have to be careful because some of those ingredients do interact with our medications. For those that do want help but don't want to talk to somebody that they know, there are a lot of different ways that you can do it. The suicide prevention hotline is great. Just because you call them does not mean the police are going to show up at your door. And I want to stress that because I've had so many veterans that are afraid to call that, and there's even a veteran-specific phone number within the crisis line, but they won't call because they don't want the police showing up at the door. That's not what they do. They talk to you, they connect you with health resources, they may advise you to go to the emergency room, they may advise you to call your doctor. They are not sending the police out. The crisis text line. Some people don't want to talk, they want to text. We have that as well. And then, of course, I'm from Henry Ford Hospital, so I'm going to advertise for Henry Ford Health. But at the same time, whoever can get you in, wherever they are, that can offer you the help that you need, please take it. Your life is valuable, and you're valuable to your family. So just do what you need to do to get the help, and we'll help you get there. You don't have to have all the answers. We'll do the thinking. You tell us what you've got going on. So thank you.
Dr. Board, thank you very much. For time's sake, I'm gonna move right on to you, Doc. So Dr. Schuster is next. Come on up, Doc, and I'll let you do your thing.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. So Lee mentioned I have a special connection with this community, and it's kind of twofold in this case. So I was born and raised in the Metro Detroit area. I have been in Dallas since about 2012, so about 12 years now. But it is a pleasure to be back here with you all and to be part of this community. The other part of my connection is that I myself am diagnosed with vitiligo. So I was diagnosed in middle school and have lived with vitiligo for about 30 years. So it's an interesting line that I walk where I can merge my professional expertise as a psychologist with my personal experience as someone living with vitiligo. So I am always very grateful and very joyful when I am invited to be involved in these kinds of things. I want to talk a little bit about mental health in our children and our adolescents and talk about some strategies, signs and things to look for, and then what to do if you have concerns about a child in your life, how to get them connected with the right help, who to ask for, and where to go for that. So you can go to the next slide. We know that living with vitiligo increases the risk of things like depression, anxiety, social isolation. We know it has negative and often detrimental effects on things like body image and self-esteem. You heard Dr. Bohr talk about that just right before me. With vitiligo, all of those things obviously are exacerbated or worsened. One of the things I think we don't always think about as well is that being the parent of a child with vitiligo creates increased stress as well. We love our kids, we worry about them, we want to take care of them, we want the best for them. And so I think we often discount the emotional impact that raising a child with vitiligo has on the parents. So I think it's both, right? We need to be supporting the children and the patients we serve directly, and also the support systems in which they exist. There are lots of reasons. When we were brainstorming for what to talk about, Dr. Huggins and I were talking about just general resistance to seeking formal mental health services or support. I think there are barriers on the personal level, the family level, the cultural level, the community level. So there are a lot of things that make people hesitant to reach out and ask for help and support. One good thing I will say that came of the pandemic, so for all the bad things, right? One really good thing is that it revolutionized the way we understood mental health, like good quality mental health services could be provided. Prior to 2019, 2020, a lot of clinicians would have said, no, I need to see you in person, in my office, this is what it has to look like. What the pandemic did when we shifted to a lot of telehealth and virtual services is it taught us by force, basically, that we could provide good quality care, and by doing it virtually, we can remove a lot of the barriers, right? Kids aren't having to miss as much school. We're eliminating the transportation to and from offices, the logistics of getting there during the day, and all of those things. And I'm going to talk, like I said, at the end about how to reach out and where to go for help and support. You can go to the next slide. You heard Dr. Grimes talk about earlier, you have to live your life despite vitiligo, and I would say one of the really beneficial things about being able to connect with a community like this is you can find ways, you can watch through the examples and the experiences of others and really build yourself to a point where you are thriving with your vitiligo. We know that physical activity and being outside play is such an inherent and such a crucial part of childhood. We don't want to take that from our kids. So our children with vitiligo, we need to figure out how to give them all of those things we know they need physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, and how to do it safely, which is what we're here to talk about today. We know that outside play is really good for our sleep. It's good for our mental health. We know that it impacts things like our social skills, like learning how to play those games, being with other kids our age. One thing that makes vitiligo really difficult is it is a visible skin difference. And by that, what I mean is, for a lot of us, people see that about us before they actually meet us, right? We walk up and they have already started making a judgment. They already have thoughts and a process going on in their head. Living with visible skin differences can be really challenging for a lot of our kids, especially as we're moving into the teenage years and into adolescence, where you just want to fit in. You just want to be like all the other kids. And so how do we foster that? How do we help our children with that? And I'm going to give you a couple examples. You can go to the next slide. So something like this I think could be really helpful, especially for our younger kids. It's almost like a checklist. So when we are prepared, when we set something as a routine or as a standard, we are much more likely to set our children up to succeed. You know, even small children, like 3 and 4-year-olds, they can tell you at school, like, what do you do at school when you first get there? Oh, we go to circle time, or we wash our hands. Oh, and then we go to the stations, or then we do this, or we read a book. They know, and you know the reason they know? Because it's the same way every time. So when we set something like this up where it is part of the routine or part of the expectation, we can integrate it into our children's day-to-day. So I have a couple examples. This is just one where it really lays out visually some things we can do to keep ourselves safe in the sun. Go ahead to the next slide, please. The next one is similar as well. I'll talk through it while Lee's advancing me. The one thing I liked about this, it's a little bit more detailed, maybe something more appropriate for an older child, but the last item, set an example by practicing sun safety. So when we make this this is a you thing because you have vitiligo, but this is an us family thing because we all want to take good care of ourselves, it minimizes and reduces some of that stigma that, well, all the other kids get to do this, but you, because of your vitiligo, have to be different or have to be separate. So when we are all practicing good sun safety or good health practices, it sets that child up to feel not as ostracized or not as separated out that way. Go ahead to the next slide. Things to look for. So I always get asked, like, how do I know? One thing that's sort of funny to me is sometimes parents will say things like, I mean, she told me she was depressed, but I didn't really know. If your child tells you that, please believe them, or at least please look into it enough to really understand. But some of the more subtle or some of the more signs that we might not recognize as distress or difficulty. So mood changes. We are in a really transitional time of the school year right now. School is winding down. Lots of kids are doing standardized testing. We've had spring break. We've had holidays. So there's a lot of kind of back and forth. Some kids have difficulty when they're out of their routine. What we look for is when we see a change or see a disruption and it persists and sustains over time. So if you have a kid that just always has a little bit of trouble because it's Monday, because like the weekend has kind of got them a little dysregulated, a little bit out of sorts, and then by Tuesday-ish they're back in the groove, I'm not as worried about that child. But when we see a child that starts to exhibit these changes and these changes persist across time, persist across settings, I am much more concerned about that child and what they are experiencing. We know to look for things like irritability and mood. So a lot of times in adults, we think about depression as sadness, tearfulness, and you can see that in children. But in a lot of our kids, irritability, that grumpiness, that sort of just everything sets them off, parents will tell me. The other thing I would say to look for are physical symptoms. So a lot of times we don't realize that our mental health and our difficulties with our mental health can show up in physical ways. Stomach aches, headaches, not wanting to go to school, like I said, crying, isolating, those sorts of things are just as important to look into as a child who is telling you, I feel sad, I feel worried, I feel nervous, I feel depressed, those kinds of things. Go ahead and go to the next slide. There are a ton of really good resources for ways you can support your child and their mental health. I just pulled a few examples. Listening, talking to them, checking in, again, creating that as part of your routine. With our older kids and our adolescents, face-to-face conversation can be pretty intimidating. They don't generally respond pretty well to it, right? So we sometimes have this idea that, like, I need you to look at me so I know you're listening. One of your most opportune times to talk to your tweens and teens is when you're side by side in the car. You're driving, so your focus is on the road, and they're next to you, and you can ask about things, and they can answer and have their own reaction without necessarily having putting you in a position where you can pick up on it, right? So they can talk to you openly without like the stare down. And our younger kids too, I think parents learn so much when they ask about and explore that with their children, when they set the expectation that like, hey, feelings are something we talk about in this family. You can start a habit of like, tell me something great that happened today. Tell me something challenging. Tell me something fun. There are all kinds of activities where you, conversation questions you can use at the dinner table. There's tons of free resources online, so I just gave y'all a couple examples. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This is another just example of coping skills we can use with young kids. We can teach them things like in addition to how to talk about it, taking a deep breath, doing something fun, using distraction. My nephew is 4.5, and when he was really little, when you could tell he couldn't do something, we started saying, like, buddy, that's really tricky. And so now when he says it, it like just warms my heart. He'll say, it's so tricky. Or like frustrating is another word we would use with him. And he would say, yeah, frustrating. Children learn about labeling their emotions by us as adults helping them connect the experience with the event and putting words to it. They are not born knowing how to label or how to talk about or to illustrate what they are experiencing, all of those sensations inside. And then one last slide, just to talk about how to get help. Dr. Bohr talked earlier about the difference between counseling, whether that be a psychologist, a social worker, a therapist, versus psychiatry, which is a different aspect of this. One of the best things you can do if your child is in school, their school counselor is an amazing resource and can help get you connected with resources with clinicians or with agencies in the community. Many school districts, again, post-pandemic or like post-height of the pandemic, have really upped their game in terms of mental health services available directly through the school district. And in Dallas, we actually have mental health clinicians in some of our public schools. So just like you would have a gym teacher or, the like food services staff, they now have mental health clinicians, so licensed mental health professionals in the schools. If your child has insurance, there is a number on the back of your insurance card. You call that number, let them know what you're looking for, and I laid it all out here for you. I know it's a little bit small, and we can get you guys this slide. You walk through, you ask them for a few options. You're going to want at least probably to start 3 different names and phone numbers. Lots of places have waiting lists. There is nothing that precludes you or prevents you from being on multiple waiting lists at the same time. So parents will say, well, I called this place. I'm like, get on all the waiting lists. Then whoever calls you first, you have an opportunity to go with that place. It takes persistence, a lot of times from the adults and the caregivers, to ensure that children are getting their mental health needs met and are being connected with the right resources. So don't be afraid to rely on the support or reach out to the resources available through your pediatrician's office, through your school, or whatever it may be, because so much of the time those barriers are what actually gets in the way of children being connected with that care that we know is so important and in many aspects truly life-saving.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schuster. Appreciate it. What great information. So we get your questions ready. It is now time for the question and answer portion. We're going to jump right into it. I usually start with a couple of questions just to get everybody ready so the doctors come in. There's a couple of things. Do you guys have questions out there already? Good. More than a few questions. One of your slides, I'm going to give you this, Dr. Bohr, because you're first, okay?
Okay.
And just make sure you keep it close, okay? All right. One of your slides, Dr. Bohr, said 90% of patients have one diagnosable psychiatric condition. What are those conditions? What does that mean?
It means that if we were to sit with every single person who has vitiligo, we would find a diagnosable condition, usually major depression, generalized anxiety, social phobia, and social anxiety. And the last 2 relate directly to how they are going to be perceived in public, because they are afraid of judgment. So a fear of judgment is on both of the diagnostic lists for those, and people who have a visible skin condition have fear of judgment from others.
Fear of judgment from others. That's incredible. And then hand the mic to Dr. Schuster, please. Dr. Schuster, you talked about kids, and I'm big on giving kids practical information that could help them when you're in a situation and somebody looks at you funny, they're staring at you, they're laughing at you. What do you tell a kid to do?
So I think rather than waiting for an uncomfortable social situation to occur, when we anticipate that that may come up, we want to prepare our children for that. Talk through it with them. If you see somebody staring at you, how do you want to respond? What do you want to say? What feels comfortable to you? If I'm there with you, do you want me to step in and do it on your behalf? I think also normalizing that sometimes people laugh or have inappropriate affect when they are uncomfortable, and you might normalize some of that for your child and say, you know, they might be laughing because they don't know what else to say, or they've never seen that before, or they are ignorant, meaning they just don't know, and we, if we feel comfortable, can help them understand what that is and what it's not. Because there's a lot of misconceptions about, as we know, we've talked about previously, but a lot of misconceptions about vitiligo and about why it makes other people uncomfortable, and sometimes children are also curious. So I think that's the other part of it, is normalizing some of that and saying, you know, they may not know what that is, so that's why they're looking, or that's why they might have questions, or they might not always know what to ask you, and what do you feel comfortable saying to them or doing in response to that?
I appreciate that, because the first thing I think I learned was to take a minute to listen to someone before you judge what they're saying. And that took me a second to do, because when somebody's staring at you, you react. And the thing is to not react. And I really want to say we have the power tools coming up. So they're going to set up while we continue to do our question and answer, because I want to continue with our question and answer as we go. But you guys can come on in, bring that table in. Maybe set it like right here. Thank you, gentlemen, for your help. It's for the next session, but I'm trying to move things forward so we don't have to take any time away from this discussion. But go ahead, Alicia. Alicia has that coming up in a minute. We're going to set that up real quick, and then we can continue with our doctors. Deborah, you had a question. I'm going to go to you. And there was a lot about nutrition. I wanted to ask Dr. Grimes, how often does someone mention to you, is it every time? Do many people ask about supplements, or is it ancillary, or is it definitely part of what people should be doing? From what you said, I think it's definitely part of what people should be doing. She has the microphone for you, right next to you. There you go.
So, you know, when we do that initial consultation, I think for 75% of the new patients that we see, at some point patients will ask, well, Dr. Grimes, what about my diet? Or should I be taking vitamins? And so that comes from the patient. Now, what do I do? For every new patient that we see, a part of our standard protocol, we place patients, we have a supplement list that we recommend. So we have a supplement list, we have brands just so that we give them guidance, and moreover, we check a vitamin D level on every new patient so that I am confident that everyone who is in my care, I know that they have a healthy vitamin D level, and we pick up vitamin D deficiency so often. So it's a routine part of what we do at the Institute.
I love that, because I found a general practitioner doctor that does that every time for me as well, a complete workup on vitamins and what I'm deficient in. I think that's fantastic. Deborah has a question.
Yes. I think my question, I thought about it this morning, but I think now after listening to the panel this afternoon, it could touch a few areas. The patient, myself, we've dealt with a lifetime of the itching of the skin. We don't know why it itches like it does when you have vitiligo, and also the problem of the mental health component of it. Everywhere you go, then you're scratching and you're itching, and it's just, so I think it hits two things, the physical and the emotional and mental component.
All right, who wants to tackle that first? Dr. Grimes?
I'll take it first.
Okay.
So if you look at itching associated with vitiligo, I think if you go to the textbooks and they describe vitiligo, they'll describe it as a non-pruritic, and we use pruritic for itching, a condition that doesn't itch. However, for those of us in the real world, we know that there is a group of patients who will have itching in their white patches, but in general, it's not a chronic itch. If you have a chronic itch and you're itching all over, then I think you should probably be worked up so that we're not missing any other conditions beyond vitiligo that may be associated with generalized itching. I think that's super important, and if you came to see me, that is what I would do.
Who wants to address the mental aspect of dealing with people watching you? And that's not just itching. It might have to do with you having to put on a long shirt on a summer day when everyone else is wearing shorts, you know, because that's something I have to deal with all the time. Like, you must be hot. No, I'm not hot. I have to wear this long shirt or I have to leave. So maybe you can address that, Dr. Schuster.
Yeah, I think similarly, we won't have a lot of time to go into this today, but there are coping skills that we can teach ourselves so that we are better equipped and better prepared in those moments or in those instances. One of the ones I really like to talk about, it's called 3-2-1. So it's you imagine things to think, say, and do when you're in uncomfortable or kind of challenging social situations. There's also other things we can teach ourselves in terms of identifying like our thought related to that experience, how it changes our behavior, and really tuning into that. And I think a lot of it's going to depend on your comfort level. So some people feel more outspoken in correcting and kind of advocating for like, this is what I'm dealing with. For other people, you know, that's not something they're as like naturally inclined to do. And so I think for people who know you well, that's a good place to start practicing some of those conversations, like testing the waters with people you know will receive the information well and provide support. And sometimes, honestly, like I think for a lot of reasons, in certain social situations when you're not going to have ongoing contact with somebody, you really weigh, like, is it worth even getting into this? Like, is this something, do I want to expend my energy? And do I feel comfortable doing that? Like, is the payoff really something I'm willing to put myself out there for?
I'm glad to hear you say that, Doc, because when I started getting vitiligo, I was afraid to go play basketball. But then I realized the dudes that I played ball with, I've been playing with for years, and they saw my skin change, and that became one of the comfortable places I was because they didn't care what my skin looked like. As long as I hit my jump shot, they were good, you know? And if you didn't want to guard me, I won. So going to those places that are familiar with friends that are already familiar with you is such great advice. First, say your name and then tell us your question.
My name is Rodonna Anderson. I had a question about the sunscreens that you talked about earlier. How you said the SPF should be around like 30. Most of you like 30 and above for protection. But I think you're not kind of stressing how important sunscreen is for everybody, even with vitiligo patients. Some of them seem like they're not even using the sunscreens as well. Because when I think it was Dr. Humgavi, he mentioned that with melanin, you have like 10% protection. And then for people that have lighter skin, have like 1 to 2% protection. So it seems like everyone needs to do more applying sunscreen because of the skin damage. And I'm a little confused about you're saying how there isn't a lot of cancer in patients with vitiligo, but you're sounding like because of the lighter patches, the skin is getting very damaged. So I'm just wondering why not, or what, I mean, I'm just curious about that. That just kind of confused me a little bit. Okay, one other quick question. With the nutrition, nutrition, you mentioned that you recommend certain brands, and then you also tell them where to go. So what brands do you like in vitamins and stuff like that? And where would you go? Because that one, the alpha, whatever, that one is hard to find. I do know that. The alpha,
Alpha lipoic. Yeah, she mentioned that earlier. Alpha lipoic.
Yes.
I hope you got all that, Doc.
Well, I'm going to take a
Good luck.
shot at it.
Good luck. I'm going to sit
Wait
down.
a minute. Well, whatever I miss, we can go at it again. So let's take the last one first, and that is nutrition. So what we typically do at my institute is I will give patients a list of supplements, and I will suggest brands, and I will tell most of the brands that we recommend patients can go on Amazon and order them. So I do like to give them a reference, and then if they get stuck, then there's usually one nurse in my office working with a specific patient. And usually the patients leave with that nurse's email. So if they're confused, they'll shoot my nurse an email and she'll clear it up for them. Or if they find another brand that they like that I'm not familiar with, I'll give them a yay or a nay. So we typically are very interactive with them. One of the reasons I like alpha lipoic acid as a part of supplement regimen because it by itself is a powerful antioxidant. But alpha lipoic also has the capacity to increase the levels of glutathione. And glutathione is one of the other most powerful antioxidants in the body. And some studies suggest that even the glutathione is abnormal. So that's one of the benefits of alpha lipoic. So we're very interactive with patients in engaging them to get the appropriate supplements. Now, to your sunscreen. Yes, we stated that skin cancers, if you look at what has been published, skin cancers are significantly less common in patients with vitiligo. And the reason we think that exists is because the very pathways in the skin that are driving the destruction of the melanocyte, that pathway also sees cancer cells and probably destroys them as well. So that's why we think that skin cancers are less common. Now, just because you get less skin cancer in vitiligo does not in any way mean that there are no other damaging effects of chronic sun exposure in your white patch or in your normal skin for that matter. We already talked about since you've lost your natural photoprotector, which is melanin, that comes from your melanocyte, you're more likely to get a sunburn in the area. When you get repeated sunburns, that lends itself to chronic sun damage in that area over time. With chronic sun damage comes more aging. So we could go on and on regarding why it is important that you use sun protection. And the sun protection that we recommended, excuse me, is an SPF of at least 30 or above.
Thank you so much.
I hope that answered. Did I answer it? Yeah. If not, we can talk.
I'm sorry, you guys can see our schedule, and we're a little bit pressed for time. We don't want to go too far off schedule. So that's the end for this segment in this panel. I'm going to give our doctors a round of applause. Thank you, and be careful leaving the stage. Good job, by the way. You're great. You guys are great. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. I'm going to hand this off to a very capable member, leadership team right here at Be Strong, Stephen Taylor. Steve, all yours.
Can somebody tell me why do we have my tools up here for the next demonstration? Well, think about this. We're going to switch gears. There's other ways that we need to protect ourselves from these symbolic impact of the sun, from gestures and looks and comments about what's wrong with you. Well, here to discuss that is the president of the Atlantic Support Group, So Rare They Stare, Elisa Archibald, and one of our own, Lori Harris from Be Strong Detroit. Ladies, please answer that question.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Steve, for that warm welcome. I am Lori, and this is my partner, Alicia. It is a pleasure and an honor to be able to come together with all of you to figure out ways to make our lives easier living with vitiligo. I hope you enjoy the next few minutes that we share together. Alicia, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. And thank you, Steve, also for that warm introduction. We are so glad to have each of you here today, whether you're here present with us or those of you watching online on YouTube and those who will be watching it later, even those of you on social media. Okay, so I will be going to my paper. I don't have a lot up here. If we can go to that very first slide. All right. So at this time, I'd like to recognize all of the doctors, the researchers, the V-Strong officers, and V-Strong members. I thank you all for inviting me here. Thank you, Steve. And I want to say a thank you to one of my friends who also traveled from Georgia and also a So Rare They Stare member. And I want to, Miss Candy Williams. And I want to say thank you to my partner, Lori. So we're going to get to that very first one. Okay. And we want to share some things with you, and we want to let you know that today, this is going to be an interactive session, so we want you all to participate. We know some of you may be sleepy from that food that you just had, so we want you to participate with us. We're going to go back about 3 more slides. So I'm going to go ahead and start talking. There we go. There we go. All right. So we all know what tools are used for. They're used for everyday tasks. When the word tool is mentioned, Justin, what do you think about when you hear the word tool? Okay, something used to fix a problem. Okay, okay. Well, the first thing, what are some of the tools that you probably think of when you first hear the word tool? A common tool that you may use.
Well, in terms of photo protection, you think of sunscreen and things like that, but I'm sure you're going to cover all of that. But hammers, nails.
Okay, okay. So
all the things I'm seeing up there.
awesome, awesome. So we have some things here. As Steve mentioned, symbolism. So some of the things that I probably think of first when I hear the word tools, as you said, hammer. And on my paper, I actually had that written down, a hammer, a screwdriver, things like that. We probably all think of when we hear the word tool. She also mentioned, for those of you who didn't hear, sunscreen. So things today, we're using the things that we have on this table as symbolisms of things that you can use when you are burned by some of the words that some of us hear, those of us with vitiligo. And we all know, we've heard the common saying, words don't hurt. What is it? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words don't hurt. That's not true. And those of us who live with vitiligo, we know that that's not true. So as our screen here says, shield yourself. Words can burn. So we want you to know your power tools. Next slide, please. Tools can fix everything. Well, when you think about that, let's look at it like this. As Justin said, when you think of tools, you think of them as something that's used to put things together. And I'm going to tell you what Wikipedia says. Wikipedia says tools are primarily used to put things together or to take them apart. Words can do that very same thing, whether they can build someone up and they can also tear someone down. So whomever came up with that saying about words don't hurt, I don't know, I think they use that same way some of us who have vitiligo use those words. We use them as a defense mechanism. It makes me wonder when whomever came up with that little cliche, words don't burn or words don't hurt me, again, I think they would use that as a way to defend themselves, or maybe it really does hurt, but you don't want someone to know, so you use them as a way of defending yourself. We can probably think of someone who has said something to us when our vitiligo began to spread. Think about that. I know for me, when my vitiligo began to spread, I know for me, as my journey began, my face was really blotchy. Someone who doesn't know that I have vitiligo may just look at my face and not know that I have vitiligo, and that has happened to me. I went to go fill out paperwork when I went to go get some immunizations done, and I did not notice until I got back home. The young lady was filling out some of the information for me, and when I got back home, she put down my race as Caucasian. I had a hat on. She only saw my hands, and those of you in the vitiligo community know we call this white mittens when we've lost all of our pigmentation on our hands. So she put my race down as Caucasian. So when I read it, it burned. I was offended because I'm a proud black woman, and immediately I'm like, how could she say that? How could she not know I was black? Not know that I was black? But she doesn't know. But that's where educating people on what vitiligo is very important. I can also think of a time when words burned me. I had a lady come to my office. We sat together for over an hour opening up an account. She came back the next day, and she just came and propped in my door, and in front of everyone in the office, she asked me, so what, the same facial expressions, what happened to your face? And so when she first said that, I paused, because at that time, when people made burning comments or asked me questions that were very insensitive, I sometimes let them dig their own holes. So when I just kind of frowned, I'm like, huh? And then she said, what happened to your face? Did you do some kind of chemical peel and it just didn't turn out right? Now that's what this lady says to me in an office full of people. So those were words that burn. So when you see this here, tools can fix everything. Well, at that moment, when she asked me that question, of course, I could have used something like a saw and tore into her. Now, I was sitting there because, like I said, at that time, that was when I was being cynical, because people really did come up with some really crazy things. They said some really hurtful and insensitive things. Some people say it, truly because they don't know or they don't understand, but some people can be insensitive. And as some of the doctors were sharing up here, like Dr. Schuster was talking about children, and I know Dr. Grimes has a passion for children, that could really destroy a child. It can really destroy an adult who is, as they mentioned earlier, now we're seeing more adults going, starting with vitiligo at an older age. So those words can really burn. But as I sat there, I didn't use a saw. As time went on, I sat there and I listened to her. What I did was use something like a ruler. I measured out, okay, so if I respond back to her the way she's talking to me, well, then my coworkers are gonna look at me, because my coworkers really were, I was at a bank. So my coworkers, the tellers, were sitting on the other side looking. So they were waiting to see how I was gonna respond. So I measured out the situation and figured what would be the best way to give her an answer. I used that opportunity to teach her, first of all, not to ask someone a question like that and the way that she asked me, but I used it as an opportunity to teach her or to educate her on what vitiligo is. And so what I tell people when I teach you what it is, I want you to use what I've taught you to help someone else. So we understand that how I reacted, say, when my vitiligo immediately started. Oh, thank you, doctor. Thank you, Dr. Rich. Let's put it right here. So we understand, those of us with vitiligo, this is going into my 10th year with vitiligo. So in the beginning, when some of those words that were said to me, how I responded 8, 9 years ago with a saw, with something cynical, is not the same way that I respond now, because I've learned how to cope. Sometimes, you say, I shouldn't have to cope with my vitiligo and have to come up with an answer for people asking questions like that. But that's what Lori and I are here to do today, to kind of help you along your journey and to navigate and to figure out how you can effectively answer the question, some of these burning questions that we get. Next slide, please. Being proficient with your tools. When we use our tools proficiently, or shall we say correctly, we are more productive. We save time with answering those questions. We save time by not getting into those needless arguments. I think that was mentioned up on stage. When the lady who asked me if I had that chemical peel, like I said, I paused and figured out what was the best tool to use in that situation. I measured out what would be the best response. So again, we use it as an opportunity, and I also, where's my wrench? I thought we had a wrench up here. I don't know exactly what all of these tools are. These are the tools that Steve brought for us. But I know that this thing adjusts, and I know that they go in these sockets. I do know that. But again, using them as symbols, some of you, because we're going to ask some of you, when my partner comes up here, we're going to ask you to show us some of these tools that you would use. But again, these are used for different situations. So you get what I'm saying? What we're trying to get through to you, that we want you to figure out the best way, what's going to be the best tool to use to handle these situations. Next slide. Okay, so we're getting to the part where I'm going to stop talking, but I'm just going to say a few more things. I'm going to refer back to Wikipedia. It says, by inventing tools, they were able to accomplish tasks that the human body can't. So that's what we're using these tools and learning how to answer these questions with. Maybe I didn't know how to answer that question 5 years ago, but today I have an answer for someone else that may come back and ask me those same questions. So as humans, our initial response to burning words is usually a defensive one. That's good in some situations, but we hope we can help you take a step back and pause and see what is the best tool for these burning questions. We want you to take a look at this picture. When you leave here today, we want you to be empowered with some of these answers that we're giving to you today. Take advantage and tap into the power that you have with your tools. So I'm going to stop talking now. Again, take a look at this image. And Lawrence is getting our video set up. And my partner, Lori, is going to come back after the video with some of those burning questions. And that's where the interactive part, where you can play a part in our presentation. Thank you.
I have vitiligo. No, I didn't get burned in the fire. Okay. I have vitiligo. Of course my sunscreen has lotion in it. I have vitiligo. No, this is not a Halloween costume. I have vitiligo. Yes, this is something Michael Jackson had. I have vitiligo. No, I wasn't born with this condition. I have vitiligo. No, this isn't makeup. I have vitiligo. Yes, I can still model. I have vitiligo. Yes, I'm still beautiful.
Thank you for that nice video. Hey, do you know who that handsome guy is in this picture? Correct. It is our own Steve Taylor, who you have seen throughout the day. Do you think that Steve is puzzled? Or could someone have said something to him that made him just burn? I dare say that sometimes the words and stares from others hurt more than the physical burning of the sun for people with vitiligo. Before we start talking about the tools, I would like to share a recent experience that I had. I was at the register at a Family Dollar, and the cashier said to me, "I love your skin." I looked at her and I said, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" She said, "I just love your skin. It is so unique." And I'm saying, I said, "Thank you very much." And it put a smile on my face, but then I said, what a wonderful way to think about vitiligo. We are very unique, all different and very unique. And I didn't realize where this location was, and this just happened the other day. I was at the Family Dollar, actually right in front of here, and I did mention to the lady, I said, "Well, we're having a workshop on Saturday or a forum, and I'm going to let the people know how nice that was, because people aren't always nice when they say stuff to us." However, sometimes people say things that aren't nice, and they burn. So now we're going to take a few minutes to talk about what we can do when people say things that make us burn. Let's take this hammer out. And sometimes we can use a hammer to think about ways to hammer out something that someone says that made us burn. We all know how to protect ourselves now physically from a burn. For example, if I was going to the beach, I might wear this beach hat, or of course I would put on my sunscreen, or I may even wear this shirt, this sun protective shirt. So we know how to cover ourselves up and take care of ourselves when we have to go out physically, but we want to talk about how we can protect ourselves mentally from a burn. Next slide, please. On this picture, it appears that a person was burned from the sun. By now, I know many of you know items that you would use to protect yourselves from the sun. The doctors have talked about many things to do, and that's going to help us today also. However, I can remember a time when someone saw my neck and said, "Oh, Lori, what happened to your neck? Did you get burned?" What it actually was my vitiligo. At first, I wanted to say, "Does it look red?" Then I wanted to say, "Haven't you ever seen anyone like this before?" I was pretty shaken by the question. Now let me think about a tool I could have used to try to explain what I had without being shaken or upset. I am thinking that I would use a putty knife, because with a putty knife, you can smooth things over. At that time, I just needed to smooth out the situation because I know my cousin didn't mean any harm. Sometimes just taking a moment to sit back and think of what a person really means can help diffuse the situation. If you could use a tool to help with this situation, which tool would you use? Remember, it does not have to be a tool that is on this table. Has anyone ever asked you the question, "Does it burn?" Any of you? So can I get someone to tell me what kind of tool they could come up to the table maybe and look at, or a tool that they can think about that they may use to diffuse that situation? Does it burn? Or did you get burned?
I try to use a level. I can talk, I'm loud.
Okay.
I try to use a level. You know how you level things off? I try to level the playing field, try to say something that maybe is relatable to their situation. Like, have you been burned? Because that actually happened to be with one of the actors I was interviewing. Because he showed me he had been burned. And I'm like, well, I haven't been burned, but we're brothers, because it definitely changed the pigment of my skin just like yours. But it's not a burn. And then I go to educate. So I try to level the playing field to find a connection. A level. Hopefully that.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else have a comment about that question? So, next slide, please. Coming shortly.
Oh, we had someone else that wants.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was that? Miss Beverly, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't see. Who was it? I'm sorry. Someone wanted to add. Oh. Okay. All right.
Since you're here, since you are here,
Okay.
Normally, the only, I think, terrible question I got one time, I was going to, not Family Dollar, but another drugstore. And it was about dusk dark, about 7:30. Kind of dark, but not completely dark. And that was before I completely turned the color that I am. I still had spots all over. And the gentleman was coming in, and I was coming to my car. And he said, "Why are you wearing that mask?" No, I never get angry. I just said, "Oh, it's not a mask. I have vitiligo." And I told him what it was. So I've never had a situation where I actually got angry because I know that person does not know. And I guess because I was older when I was diagnosed with vitiligo, I was more susceptible to know how to answer, another person. But the best thing that happened to me one time, when I first got it, and I only had it on my hands, not on my face or anything, and I went to an event, and the wind was blowing, and I didn't have a chance to go to the restroom before I had to go into the event. And a young little boy came up to me about 6 or 7 years old, and he was actually eye level with my hands. And I forgot that I even had vitiligo at all. So he was looking and staring at me, and his mother came to grab him, something like your situation. And why are you staring? And he was just saying, "Well, what's wrong with your hands?" And I didn't even realize. I thought he was staring because the wind had blown my hair. I didn't even think about the vitiligo. And I went to the restroom, and I said, "Oh, he was looking at my hands." And that's what made me realize when you kind of accept your vitiligo, you don't realize that you even have it. So, but I told the mother not to scold him or anything. He was just curious and wanted to know. So after I told him, the mother didn't know either. So that's always a learning situation. So you can use the measuring thing up there, or you can use the fire extinguisher, because you want to put out bad information. So you have a lot of tools that we could use for anybody that approaches us in a wrong way about our vitiligo.
Thank you, Beverly, and that's so true. That's good. The profession that I am is a teacher, and right now I do evaluations from children ages 3 to 5. So sometimes when the little babies come in for evaluation, they'll look at my hand and they'll grab it. And what I'll do is I'll take their hand and I'll just smooth it over mine so they can see that there's nothing wrong. It's just vitiligo. But even babies as young as 3 to 5 are curious about, why is my skin a different color than theirs? Why do I have the patches? The slide now says, does it hurt? Wow, does it hurt? I know I've been asked that question a lot of times before. Remember, this is an interactive forum, so I want someone here to tell me if they've ever gotten that question, does it hurt? I'm sure some of us have, and if so, what kind of a tool would you use to answer that question? Alicia, I'm sure you mentioned to me one time someone said that to you.
They have, and I guess it kind of goes with what you were just saying about the child that asked you. Same situation, you use your hand and put it next to his just to show him that it still feels the same. But using a tool, I guess kind of like what Ms. Beverly said, using, say, the extinguisher. And again, it depends on when I'm asked the question. So I could use several tools to answer that question.
Thank you. Anyone else? Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. Oh.
Yes, I would use that because I would take it to smooth out the situation. So I would explain, because when people see you, I want them to know you're looking at a cover, not me. I'm just like you. If I hit you, it would hurt. So if you hit me, it's going to hurt too. So we're the same, so I try to smooth it out.
Michelle, thank you so much. Anyone else? That was wonderful. Anyone else?
Okay, next slide.
And I also want to say before we move on that even though a lot of us here have vitiligo, some of us here don't have vitiligo. Some of us are family and friends of people with vitiligo. And as family and friends, sometimes you have to protect the person you're with that has vitiligo. So if you happen to be with someone and they say, talking to your friend or your parents or whoever it is, does it hurt? Can you think of some response that you might want to help your friend with or your family member? Just because you know that vitiligo can be very sensitive to people. Our families are our protectors. At least I know my family, they're my protectors. So can anybody, a friend or someone that doesn't have vitiligo, speak for a moment? Does anyone have anything to say about if they happen to be next to somebody and with vitiligo and they said, does it hurt one of your family members? Yes. Oh, here I come. Here I come. Indianapolis, here I come.
My wife has vitiligo, and for me, if they ask the questions, I just explain to them that she has vitiligo, and that, she's even had the question asked, does it hurt? And just to explain that it doesn't, So to educate, use a fire extinguisher to just put that out, or smooth it out with the spatula. But as far as I think education is key, when it comes to that. So all my family knows she's got vitiligo. They know it, and very supportive.
On that note, I wanted to say that it's very helpful to have a helpful, loves you regardless of your vitiligo. I know that they. It helps when we're walking into the Walmart store, because you know how Walmart is. It really helps when he holds my hand. Just hold my hand. Just hold my hand, because it's like, and some just grab his hand, and it's very helpful.
Oh, that's so sweet. It's sweet to have a supportive husband. Anyone else?
I have a statement to make. I remember when my child was probably about 3 or 4, and it was very embarrassed, and they said something to someone, made a comment, and I made them apologize for saying that, but I don't know what to say sometimes. And when they're that young, I tried to explain it to him, but I'm sure he didn't totally understand. So if apologizing, is that a good thing for having a child?
I think it is. I think it is, and
I don't want to be hurtful, but it was embarrassing to me, and I didn't want him to ever do that again. So I'm just saying.
But and you have to think about a child. Kids usually say whatever comes out of their mouth, and they don't mean it to be harmful. And a lot of times, people with vitiligo as adults, we know. Like I said, even when I do evaluations, I know that the babies don't mean any harm. It's the older people that concern me a little more. But
using these tools, this relates back with me losing 2 sons. The questions that they say to you, it's the same thing. You get so many different reactions where I have fell out, like one lady told me, well, maybe your other son, when the first one was killed, the other son would probably act right now, So, yeah, these tools can help in a lot of ways, and I'm seeing how it all comes together, because you get a lot of things asked, well, how do you feel? You have other kids, so that shouldn't, so you have to use these tools, because you can get angry. I know I have. Yeah, I know I have, especially behind 2, so this is really good as far as using tools, because I've learned to use them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mine is not about the tools. When I was first diagnosed with vitiligo, the main thing I wanted to know, was it going to kill me? So then when I found that out, I said, I'll just go to plan B, and at the time, I haven't had anybody to ask me because I didn't have that much vitiligo when it first started out, and I was able to cover it up. So I haven't had the experience of someone asking me about it, but I do know when I was first diagnosed, it seemed like when people would talk to me or ask me a question, they weren't looking at my face, they were looking at the vitiligo. I said, well, if you don't want to ask, I'm not going to tell you. So, hey, it is what it is.
Okay, so Lori, we have
you.
one more. You guys, we only have a few more minutes, but we have someone else who wants to give us a quick answer while we get ready for her to go through the last few slides.
And I'll be quick. I'm gonna say hammer, but I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on, okay? I feel like there are some points where you do need to hammer your point home. Like, that is not okay. That's not an okay way to ask. There's a better way to ask this. You are making me uncomfortable. I think that it's okay to be assertive in some situations, like you gotta whack them, but maybe just tap them a little bit. Make sure that that nail is hammered home correctly. It's not bent so they don't have the wrong idea. We just gonna hammer, listen, don't talk to me like that, okay? I don't like that. So you can ask, respectfully though. So that's my thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So, what tools do you use when certain things happen? What tools do you use when people stare? I know we've talked about the staring, we've talked about the different tools, so it's almost like what tool works for you? What tool is going to get you to the place where you can feel comfortable with yourself so that it doesn't burn? I can't choose your tool for you. You can't choose the tool for me. Each individual person has to choose their own tool. Next slide, please. Is that the disease that Michael Jackson and Winnie Harlow have? Well, for me, a lot of times when people ask me about my vitiligo, I simply say, it's the same disease that Michael Jackson has, and people understand. And one thing that I can say is that I feel as though I have the same disease as Michael Jackson and Winnie Harlow, because you know I'm a model and she's real popular, then I must be special too. So think about what you have. Vitiligo is special. People with vitiligo, they are special and they are unique, and now you are equipped to use some of your tools. I hope that you have been empowered to think about not the actual tools, but the tools you can use in your head to make it. Last slide, please. Do only black people get vitiligo? I'm sure the doctors have answered that. And I hope that everyone feels empowered now, because I do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. So at this time, we're going to take a short break until 3:10. We have some snacks in the back, and we're going to have an exciting last panel discussion with videos. 3:10, enjoy the snacks. Welcome, and thank you for joining our forum by way of this streaming link. Be Strong Shines Vitiligo Sun Protection Strategy. Everything you want to know about how to protect yourself from the sun is being discussed right here. My name is Stephen Taylor, and I'm a member of the Be Strong Vitiligo Support Community located in Detroit, Michigan, USA. And I want to take the next few minutes to talk about Be Strong Detroit and how it is collaborating with BIPOC and GVF by way of this poster board review. Let's begin. Be Strong, founded in 2007. And since then, we have registered over 200 people, mostly from the Detroit area. We meet every other month, and on the off months, we have a leadership team that plans for meetings and events. Now, since COVID, we have not skipped a beat. We went virtual. Post-COVID, we are now hybrid, widening out to the national and international communities. Now, during our meetings, we like to focus on what I call the 3 pillars of vitiligo. That is to say, the voices of vitiligo. Those are our vitiligans. that come to the meeting and talk about their journey. Next, the faces of vitiligo. Well, that's Lee Thomas. Because of his celebrity status, he brings those vitiligans out of the closet, living this agoraphobic lifestyle to the meetings. And finally, the science of vitiligo. Well, that's Dr. Huggins. And the resources that he has at the Henry Ford Dermatology Department at New Center 1 educate us about this disease. We own this disease, and we need to be held accountable for it. At the conclusion of the meeting, our members are encouraged, refreshed, but most importantly, they are educated, ready to face the challenges of living a life free from the stigma of vitiligo. Next, GVF, Global Vitiligo Foundation. Now, this organization is made up mostly of SMEs, subject matter experts, these healthcare providers from all over the world in the field of vitiligo. Now, when you read their mission and vision statement, it sends out the I care message to the vitiligo community. For example, notice what their vision statement states: a world where the burden of vitiligo is eliminated through compassion, care, and a cure. I don't know about you, but this statement here touches the heart. Now, when you link onto their website, you're going to get to a section that says PWI, Persons with Vitiligo. You click on that link, you will get a plethora, a wealth of information on the subject of vitiligo by means of 9 hyperlinks talking about types of vitiligo, treatments for vitiligo, support groups, video series about vitiligo from specialized doctors, to name a few. This is the gold standard for all things vitiligo, and it is designed to keep our members from going out there to social media land, or even worse, talking to Dr. Google. Finally, BIPOC. Yes, another acronym. Vitiligo International Patient Organization Committee. Unlike GVF, this organization is made up solely of patient advocates. And this organization is growing. We have registered 30+ support groups from all over the world. BIPOC wants to network with the scientific community, the biopharmaceutical companies, the healthcare providers, government agencies, and of course, support groups. To illustrate, when a biopharmaceutical company comes out with a clinical trial, or when the scientific community comes out with a survey, BIPOC does not want to be on the receiving end of the process. Rather, we want to be at the planning stages of the process to make sure that the voice of the patient is being considered. So, in summary, V Strong Detroit has grown outside the 4 walls of Detroit and is now spreading awareness, vitiligo awareness, nationally and internationally. So thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the program that will begin at 3:10 p.m. Okay, so let's start off with our last video clip of our members talking about sun protection strategies, and then we're going to invite Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Huggins, and Dr. Hamzavi with the question mark, but 2 is not bad. So let's start the video.
Not much, a little, because I try to avoid the sunshine.
I burn. If I don't use sunscreen, I play golf, I take walks. I just lost my dog. I used to walk him. I don't let anything stop me, but I do have to use sunscreen. When I had my grandson with me and we went swimming, I put sunscreen on my front, legs, arms, forgot to put it on my back. I didn't do it, and it was like a poker. Somebody had burnt my back. Don't forget the sunscreen everywhere, and it's a lifesaver.
If I'm riding in the car for a long time, I like to put my sunscreen on because that will burn.
If I know I'm going to be out for more than 2 hours, I have to put sunscreen on, and because I will burn. And I don't notice it. Once my skin turns red, I'm burnt.
What I decided to do is to make sure that I have a big brim hat on. Also, I put on the sunscreen, and I have long sleeve shirts that I wear. And my golf buddy said, "Why you got the long sleeve shirt on?" I said, "Because I'm avoiding the sun. Because if I don't have it on, the sun would burn me. So I make sure when I'm outside, even in the wintertime, I put on sunscreen or sunblock."
Well, I got my vitiligo in 2014, but it was just a small spot. It was just little spots, little areas, and I don't really have it that much all over. But the sun has not, believe it or not, has not really affected me. I don't even use the sunscreen or anything like that. I had a little redness in my hands one time, and it just went away the next day. So it never really stayed with me, and so I never really had to use sunscreen.
I love my yard work. I spend hours out there, and I'll put sun protection cream on. But the problem is you have to reapply. I don't reapply. That's when the burning comes in. So now I have to learn from those mistakes. So I have sun protective mask that I wear outside to protect this part of the face, and a large sun protective brim hat. If you ever come to see me at the house and I'm outside, this is what I look like all the time, not to mention long sleeve sun protective shirts.
A lot of times I go out and I don't think about sunscreen, especially in Michigan. Now, I travel a lot and I go to Florida. I've just gotten back from Turks and Caicos, and I had to remember to wear sunscreen, but a lot of times at home I don't wear sunscreen. I'm fortunate not to be burned a lot, but when I do get burned, I suffer. One thing that I noticed when I was traveling and driving, that my arms would actually get burned inside of the car. I wasn't even directly in the sun, but I would get burned through the window.
I have to put on sunscreen if I'm going to be out for a long time, or a hat, or long sleeves, or it's really difficult, more difficult driving, because your hands is always on the steering wheel, which the sun is beaming out, and it's hard to keep sunscreen on your hand because you're constantly washing them. So I guess the next thing you can do is tint your windows.
Basically, I just make sure I have sunscreen on at all times. Like every morning, I apply it to my face. I have a facial lotion that has SPF, I think it's 15 in it, maybe. It might be a little more, but I make sure I put that on every day.
Right now, all I do is use shea butter. That's it. I very seldom use sunscreen because most of the time, most of me is protected anyway with long sleeve, long pants. But if I want to wear shorts or short sleeves, I wear them. I just keep myself in the shade. So, and then I go back in every 2 hours or so and put some more shea butter on because sunscreen breaks me out.
I am really bad with using my sunblock because it's kind of confusing to know how much you've put on, if you put on the right amount. And so I just don't really bother with it.
I certainly have to protect my skin all year. Summer, every season, not just summer. I wear sunscreen. And it's so weird. I cannot wear regular sunscreen on my face because it burns my eyes. So I put baby sunscreen on my face, and then I spray with the regular sunscreen. I was told years ago, and it was probably at one of these support groups here, a lady was saying she moisturized with coconut oil, organic coconut oil. So I use that as well. So I don't know if it helps, but I do. I put coconut oil on instead of lotion. And the sunscreens when I leave out of the house. If not, I get badly, badly burned because 95% of my melanin is gone. I have the big brim hats. I got every color. And I coordinated with my outfit. And I actually found a jacket that's SPF in the fabric. So I wore that to Florida last time I went. And it seems to be useful. It had a hood and everything. So when I went to the beach, that's what I used as my cover. And I put the hood on my head.
I don't really have to put on sunscreen unless I know I'm in an outside event and I'm going to be standing there or can't move around where I can get under the shade, that I know I have to protect myself. But other than that, sometimes I'm just a liberal. I'm just out there.
And I still don't wear sunscreen. For some reason, the sun has never really bothered me. Maybe because I'm not really a person I don't like the water, so I'm not on the beach. And I just do my normal everyday things. And sometimes, used to be when, you're driving in the car and it's really hot, your arm would get kind of sunburned or something a little bit. But that never bothered me. I really never had to use sunscreen at all.
So at this time, we'd like to invite our guest speakers back to the podium. We know who they are, Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Huggins, and Dr. Hamzavi will be joining us shortly. And, whoa, that's fast. And please, take your positions. And while they're coming to the stage, there were some interesting comments made about SPF 15, 30, 60. In my mind, the greater the number, the greater protection. Is that true? I use shea butter. Well, that has no sun protection. How does that work? So there were some interesting statements about cover-up that no doubt will be explained in the presentation or will be answered in the Q&A part. So at this time, we're going to invite Dr. Muhammad to start off with her presentation, Understanding Sunscreen.
Thank you so much. So, I remember in the past, when I've gone to the store, I picked up a bottle of sunscreen, and I was like, what does this mean? There's like an SPF, there are a bunch of ingredients on the back. I don't really know what's going on and what sunscreen I should pick because there's so many options out there. So the goal of this talk is to really decode sunscreen and make you feel confident and comfortable that the next time you go to buy sunscreen, you're able to look at the box, know what everything means, and then feel confident in your purchase. Okay, next slide. You can do 2 slides. Okay, so this is a typical sunscreen label. And so over here, this is kind of what the front panel is going to look like, and here's the back panel. And so the first thing you want to look for is up there where it says broad spectrum sunscreen. What does broad spectrum sunscreen mean? So when they put that there, it means you have protection against UVA and UVB light, not visible light. Okay, next slide. The next thing that they're going to have is that number, so the SPF number. So the SPF number, there is a complicated testing process, but basically the way I think of it is it's going to help protect against UVB, which is what's protecting against burning. So your SPF, the higher it is, the longer you're going to have to spend in the sun before you develop a sunburn. So what I generally recommend is if you're going to be out, for everyday activities, just like running some errands, maybe taking a short walk, an SPF of 30 is usually more than enough. But if you notice that you are very sensitive to the sun, or if you're going to be out for longer, so I remember hearing that there were a lot of golfers in the audience, then you definitely want to use something that's going to be a higher SPF, so maybe an SPF 50 or greater. All right, next slide. Okay, so the next thing we have to think about is water resistance. So the reason that they say water resistant is because sunscreens are not waterproof. So water resistant sunscreens will stay on your skin a little bit longer, So they'll typically say either for 40 minutes or 80 minutes, but all of these sunscreens are gonna come off eventually. And so what I will recommend is, for just daily activities, if you're not someone who generally sweats a lot, I don't think you necessarily need a water-resistant sunscreen. But if you're someone who, in the summertime, you're like, yeah, I know I get sweaty and kind of like sweat my sunscreen off, or you're gonna be doing recreational activities, you're gonna be going into the water and things like that, I think water resistance is important. And then it's important to remember that because these are only water resistant, we still need to be reapplying our sunscreen about every 2 hours or after we do a lot of sweating and get in the water just to maintain that sun protection. I know sometimes it's easier said than done, but we should always try to aim high and then do what we can. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so the back panel. So the top part of the back panel is going to tell you the active ingredients of what's in your sunscreen. And so there are typically two types of sunscreen. You have your mineral sunscreens and then your chemical-based sunscreens. So mineral-based sunscreens are going to have zinc oxide and titanium dioxide. Just those two ingredients and you have a mineral-based sunscreen. I like these sunscreens for people who have more sensitive skin because they typically don't cause that burning. And I know someone mentioned that they use baby sunscreen, which is a mineral-based sunscreen on their face because the other sunscreens burn sometimes. The one problem with mineral-based sunscreens, especially in darker skin tones, is that sometimes it can kind of have this like whitish appearance on your skin. And I know that's happened to me. I can see from some nods in the audience that it might have happened to some of you in the past as well. So sunscreen companies are definitely working towards trying to make these mineral-based sunscreens more cosmetically elegant, and there are a lot that will blend with darker skin tones. So my philosophy is try before you buy. So always, try a little bit on your skin, make sure it feels good, make sure it blends well, and then you can go ahead and invest in a sunscreen product. Okay, next slide. All right, so chemical-based sunscreens is what you're going to see when you see ingredients like homosalate, avobenzone, oxybenzone, octocrylene. So basically anything that's not listed as zinc oxide and titanium dioxide is going to be in your chemical sunscreen filter category. These sunscreens are really nice because they have good coverage and protection against the sun, and they blend really nicely with all skin tones. The one thing is sometimes these ingredients in the sunscreen can cause a little bit more skin irritation. So if you know that you tend to have reactions to products, you may want to just go with the mineral-based sunscreen. Next slide. The one other thing I wanted to point out is the inactive ingredients. So there is a third type of sunscreen called a tinted sunscreen. And so tinted sunscreens actually do offer visible light protection. And they're called tinted sunscreens because they contain an ingredient called iron oxide. And that iron oxide tends to give these sunscreens more of a flesh tone, which is really nice when we apply it to our skin. However, if you don't have the right color of tinted sunscreen, you can still get that problem where a sunscreen will look too light or too dark on your skin. So a lot of sunscreen companies now are making different shades of tinted sunscreens. So I think that's kind of the best thing to do is to kind of match your shade when you're purchasing a sunscreen. The other thing is these iron oxides are not going to be listed in your active ingredients on the top. They're going to be listed in the inactive ingredients closer to the bottom. So just something to keep in mind is if this is a type of sunscreen you'd like to try. Okay, next slide. All right, so this is an infographic from the American Academy of Dermatology, just kind of reiterating that we want broad spectrum sunscreens, SPF 30 or greater if you're going to be out for high intensity or sun exposures, or if you just tend to burn more easily. Water resistant or very water resistant, so again that 40 to 80 minutes if you're going to be kind of sweating a lot or if you're going to be by the pool, swimming, anything like that. And then the one thing I want to draw attention to is this shot glass. So the guidelines are that the ideal amount of sunscreen we want to use is 1 shot glass to cover sun-exposed areas of our body. So think like face, hands, maybe on the arms a little bit. But most people And I know that I do not use a shot glass for all of my, sun exposed areas. So the reality is that most people are using about a half to a quarter of recommended sunscreen amounts, which is going to mean that the amount of protection that we get from sunscreens is going to be different than what's on the label. So, maybe we're not all wearing a shot glass worth of sunscreen on our face and our arms, but I think then it's really important to try and integrate other forms of photo protection, which, we heard from the videos that many of you are already using, like sun protective clothing, hats, and I know we're going to hear some other really great photo protective strategies as well. But that's all I have, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Next, we're going to invite Dr. Huggins to the platform to discuss with us non-sunscreen photoprotective strategies. And the point I got out of Dr. Muhammad, read the fine prints. Dr. Huggins.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Steve. All right, so this whole forum is focused on protecting your skin from the sun, but we've spent the vast majority of it talking about sunscreens, which are really important. But just like we had a presentation on our toolbox for handling difficult questions, we need to have an expanded toolbox for protecting our skin from the sun as well. And so I'm going to talk about some of the non-sunscreen strategies. So next slide. And then you can advance it a little bit. All right, so the first thing I'll mention, when we talk about non-sunscreen sun protection methods is the shade. Obviously, it's darker in the shade. It's cooler in the shade. All the sun's not going into the shade. There are some people here who that's all they do. That's all they feel like they need to do because the sun intensity is lowered enough just by being in the shade that they're okay and they don't have to put on sunscreen or anything else. But it's not pitch black. It's not like it's night outside in the shade. There is sun that is getting through. So if you're having problems from the sun and you're in the shade, you may have to supplement that. Don't expect the shade to totally eliminate all the sun exposure. And I would say that wearing a hat with a wide brim or a hat with the brim, you're putting your face in shade. So that is some protection, but that is also not completely keeping the sun from touching your face. So you may have to supplement the shade. A lot of times people do. You can get a sunburn in the shade. All right, next bullet. And I wanted to talk next about car window tints. So even untinted, there is some protection from the sun's rays that you get from a car, but that varies depending on what car windows we're talking about. So you have the front window, which because of how it's constructed, at least with newer cars, it protects you from nearly all the UV rays. Obviously you can see through the window, so the visible light's getting in, but the ultraviolet A and B is really well filtered out by the front windshield. To the contrary though, the side and rear windows protect you from some UVB, very little UVA, so there is light that gets through those windows. Some people spoke about them driving and their hands getting burned or that driver's side arm getting burned. That's because of this. If you go online, you can find some really impressive pictures of truck drivers, people who spend a lot of time next to their car windows, and they show the driver's side half of their face and the other side of their face, and it's like they look 20 years older on the side that's further away from the window because enough of that UV light gets in through those side windows that it can really cause damage and have an impact. And so you can tint your side and rear windows to basically give the same protection from them that you would get from the front windows. And then the tints that are the best for this are ceramic and carbon tints. These are the tints that are a little bit more expensive. You can also get dyed tints. Those are cheaper ones. Those don't protect you from UV light as well. So if you're getting tints for this purpose, make sure you have that discussion with the installer. And then something interesting about these types of tints, it doesn't matter what percentage of tint you get to get the ultraviolet protection. The percentage it will tell you how much visible light gets in, how dark it is, but you can get a lower percentage, rather a higher percentage of light that's coming through and still have the UV protection. So depending on where you live and where the laws are about how dark a tint you can stay within the law and still get the ultraviolet protection as long as you're using the right type of tints, and that's again ceramic or carbon. So next slide. All right, so we'll talk now about photoprotective clothing. So next bullet here. So you can advance it. All right. As that's coming up, there we go. So Dr. Muhammad just explained our SPF and where it comes from and what we need to aim for. Well, there's something similar to that they use to talk about how protective your clothing is, and that is the ultraviolet protective factor, or the UPF. So just like with sunscreen, you're trying to get an SPF of 30 or higher, you want to look for that when it comes to clothing. So advance here. So one of the pros of photoprotective clothing, as we've spoken about the right way to use sunscreen, your shot glass, and you're reapplying all those things, with sun protective clothing, you don't have to worry about that. It's a lot simpler. You just put it on, you leave it on, and you're good. And then also, it could be more cost effective. Sunscreen is not cheap, as I'm sure everyone here knows, where your sweater with the UPF factor on it, you can reuse it and reuse it, especially for people who have jobs where they're outside, who don't want to have to pay for reapplying sunscreen over and over again. You can get some sun protective clothing instead. So the next slide. The biggest con is that you don't put clothing on everywhere. So, areas that you don't put clothing on are not going to be able to benefit from photoprotective clothing. Most people don't get sun protective face masks like Steve here. And so your face usually is not something that you can really benefit from sun protective clothing on. And then if you're going swimming, you're going to have a lot of areas that are exposed. You can't benefit from the sun protective clothing there either. You gotta, hit the exposed areas with sunscreen. So next slide. And then there are a number of factors that affect how well your clothes protect you from the sun. And this applies to all clothing. It's not just the clothes that are meant to protect you from the sun. So the biggest thing, or one of the biggest factors, is the weave or the thickness of clothing. Like if you go to the beach, you see a lot of people with mesh clothes on top of their bathing suits, so you can't see them as clearly. Their skin is covered technically, but the sunlight is getting through. That's not really protecting them from the sun too much. The fabric type, that is an important factor determining how good your photoprotective clothing are. So natural fabrics like silk and linen and cotton, they don't really protect your skin quite as well as synthetic fabrics like polyester. For example, if you have a bleached cotton t-shirt, the UPF on that would typically be between 8 and 14, so pretty low. Whereas if you have a polyester athletic shirt, that UPF can be between 19 and 39, so way more in the range of what you want in terms of protecting your skin from the sun. The color of the fabric is another factor. It was interesting on, I think, Dr. Schuster's slide. It said that you should look for light-colored clothing, and light colors don't protect your skin from the sun as much, because if you imagine a white shirt, some of the light is going to come through the shirt and get onto your clothes, whereas dark colors absorb more of the sunlight. I think that recommendation from earlier was just because light-colored clothing are not as hot, so you're getting some sun protection, but they're not overheating. And then the fit of the clothes is the last factor, where clothes that are loose, that their clothing is further away from your skin, tend to protect your skin better from the sun than clothes that are skin tight. And then clothes that are specifically made to be photoprotective, they consider all these factors. They're probably more polyester, they're darker, they're tighter weaves, but then they're also treated with agents that protect your skin from the sun, usually the same ingredients that Dr. Muhammad mentioned for sunscreens or related agents. They'll treat the clothes with these chemicals to further protect your skin from the sun. And I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huggins. So if I were to take one walk away from this, I've learned that the darker the tint on the vehicle does not equal the greater the sun protection. The lighter the tint can be just as effective as the dark tint on the vehicle. And keep in mind the laws. Next, we're going to understand this statement here, sunscreen life hacks. What's that about, Dr. Hamzavi?
Well, we're going to talk about how to kind of take all these concepts and implement them on a regular basis. So we'll go to the first slide. And I love what Stephen said, fool me once. I feel like George Bush, like fool me once and shame on you, fool me twice, just don't fool me again. And I miss those days. It was much nicer to have a president you could make fun of. But anyway, as you know, there's two types of sunscreens, physical and chemical. You don't have to get into it. You just have to figure out what kind of sunscreen fits for you. Which one doesn't irritate your skin, which one does not leave a white cast on your skin. And for the most part, there's lots of information on safety, there's lots of information on what SPF to have, but most sunscreens will work well for individuals who have vitiligo. So the key thing about this was listen to what Dr. Muhammad said, but also consider what works for you. And the big issues are what feels good, what looks good. Next slide, please. So one question people often ask is, the FDA is wondering whether or not these sunscreens are safe. These are questions of safety for younger children for right now. There's also a question of safety for the reefs and different environments. If you go to Hawaii right now, they will tell you we will not approve any chemical sunscreens. Well, that's a question you can get into, but as far as on your skin, there's no question about the safety, and this has been done through numerous agencies, especially in Europe, which is further ahead than the United States in many sunscreens. And then how often do you reapply sunscreens? So let me ask you this, how often do you guys reapply sunscreens? Do you put it on once in the morning and then don't worry about it? Okay. Twice a day. So that's appropriate, but it also depends on the situation. If you are golfing and you golf like I do, and you keep hitting the ball, and you keep missing the ball, and you keep hitting the grass, and you start chasing the ball, and you're in this stupid rough, anyway, enough about my golfing career. But you're all sweating, and at that point you gotta reapply, because you're sweating quite a bit. But if you happen to put it on in the morning, and you aren't, rinsing it off, you don't have a lot of excess sweat, yes, it probably can survive that long. So the situation dictates what you're doing. Also, if you are outdoors for hours upon hours, you decide that you want to go to St. Petersburg, Florida in January, and you're from Detroit, and you happen to put your sunscreen on, and you put it on the day 1, and you forgot to apply on the day 2, and you reapply on the day 3, that's not good. But if you're sitting here in Michigan in April, like it is right now, applying it in the morning should make sense. The key point behind it is that if you're getting intense exposure on back-to-back-to-back-to-back days, how often you apply and how high the SPF becomes more important. But if you're in a relatively low UV environment, like it is in Michigan right now, application in the morning time should be good enough. As you get into more days back-to-back, you have to get more aggressive. Sunscreens won't be good enough. So that's when you want to add your photoprotection clothing. So look at the circumstances. If you're sweating a lot, reapply. If you're in intense UV exposure and you need to be there for a couple of days, add more photoprotective clothing, reapply more frequently, have a higher SPF sunscreens. Let's go to the next slide. Now, here's another thing. If you're in Georgia, we talked about ATL, right? So Georgia's a beautiful state, incredible culture, incredible music, but the bugs down there in Florida are bigger than Richard Huggins. They can pick you up and fly you back to Florida. And you have to understand when you add sunscreens with insect repellents, and Michigan is the Atlanta of the north in the summertime, our bugs are also very big. You have to be careful that there's an interaction between sunscreens and insect repellents, especially if they coexist in the same bottle. So when you put a moisturizer on, when you have insect repellent on, it does affect the efficacy of the sunscreen. And so if you're doing that, then you may want to apply your insect repellent on your clothing, because insect repellent works by affecting the respiratory system of these poor bugs that are surrounding you. That's what happens to them. Just wipe this off for the next person. And sunscreens work by directly applying it to your skin. You can't do voodoo sunscreen, like you kind of throw some sunscreen like a holy water and you're like, I'm protected. It's like the sunscreen powders. Like, sunscreen powder, no, it does not work. So you have to kind of be aware that you interface the moisturizers, insect repellents, sunscreens, insect repellent on your clothing, sunscreen on your skin. Be cautious with children and spray-on sunscreens. If they inhale it, there can be allergic reactions. The other thing is, if you're going to use a spray-on sunscreen, spray it on your hand and apply it. If you apply it as a spray, when we do SPF testing, guess what happens? It's uneven. So you have no protection here, and a little protection here, and a whole lot of protection in your underarm. Well, how many sunburns have you had in your armpit? It doesn't happen very often. Universal protection factor. SPF and UPF are not the same thing. Same concept, but generally if your UPF clothing is 20 or 50 or higher, you're in pretty good shape. SPF for your skin should be about 30 or higher, and it should be broad spectrum. For clothing, anything that is, I like to use 50 or higher, but 20 should be comfortable for most people. That covers you for broad spectrum. So UPF and SPF, they sound the same, similar concept, one's for clothing and one's for sunscreen. Now let me ask you a question. How many of you think sunscreen works better than clothing for a sunburn? To prevent a sunburn, clothing. This is a smart audience. Okay, you win. So if the first 20 minutes are about equivalent, after about 20 minutes, it's clothing. Now, unless you're wearing a facial covering, most people in the United States don't have that clothing, so you have to use sunscreen. And again, that's where you're using it on the exposed areas. The other thing is there's the 10-2 rule. In most parts of the United States, with the exception of maybe the Keys of Florida or Southern California, 10 to 2 is the intense period of time when you have most of the UVB, the sunburning rays. So 10 to 2, you gotta be really careful. So if your kid or you decide to take a dog walking job, try to do it in the morning, don't do it from 10 to 2. And then the shadow rule. If you can see your shadow and it's matching your height, it's probably not a good time to be outdoors. That's an okay time to be outdoors. If you can't see a shadow, like you don't see anything, the sun's right ahead of you, you probably want to be careful at that time. So there's a shadow rule about how to use your shadow as a guide. But generally 10 to 2 in most parts of the country. In some parts of the country it's 9 to 3. You have to be extra careful of sun exposure at those times. Next slide, please. Some other hacks. Polypodium leucotomus, in a study that Dr. Muhammad led and has done a great job with over the years, is a natural supplement that you can take. It reduces the redness that comes with the sunburn. It also reduces the redness that can be induced. So you take it, 2 tablets, there's different brands out there that you can take on the day you're going out. So you're on a sun vacation, you're on a golf vacation, take 2 tablets, it'll improve the efficacy of your sunscreen. You can also, if you happen to have a burn, not that that ever happens to anybody, but if you had a burn, you can take ibuprofen, an over-the-counter pain reliever, about 200 milligrams, 1 or 2 tablets, and that should help reduce the duration of that burning sensation. Polypodium leucotomus also will serve that function as well, but you can also use the aloe vera, as Stephen was talking about. A moisturizer can help soothe your skin, but those are two agents that can help. Powder sunscreens are not my favorite sunscreens, but they are an option. But when you have them in your makeup, you really have to make sure you apply them evenly, and I think it's very questionable if they can work as well as a lotion-based sunscreen. So if I had a choice, I would suggest you use lotion-based sunscreens, then spray-on sunscreen that you spray on your hand and then you apply like a lotion, and then third is a powder sunscreen. Dr. Muhammad has much more experience than I am in that area, so I could defer to her. And then if you do happen to get that sunburn and the ibuprofen isn't working, you can also add emollients like aloe vera, but also topical steroids like a 1% cortisone that you can get over the counter can also be helpful. Have some of those things in your cabinet, because unfortunately, many of you who do have vitiligo at some point will have a burn, and those are some of the tools you can use. You can use your moisturizer, use 1% hydrocortisone, take some ibuprofen, and then if you know you're going to be outdoors, you can take some of these supplements, and hopefully you can reduce your sunburn intensity. Next slide, please. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hamzavi, for that animated delivery. So this is what I want to do next. We have 4 volunteers that were part of the video series on how they protect themselves from the sun. We have Roxanne Brown, we have Robert Hubbard, we have Shirley Bell, and we have Deborah Brown. Here's a question to test if you were listening to any of the speakers. What have you learned from what was presented that you can use on top of what you've already said you were doing to protect yourself from the sun? Robert, I'll let you go first.
One thing I learned today was a little different than what I was told. I was told that I can wear light clothes, and the dark clothes would cause me to sweat and get overheated. So that's a little different. So I'm still going to use my light clothes because I feel that does not interfere with me golfing. And one other thing that I like to add is that when I'm out there on the golf cart, I always find a tree for shade, and that's also a help.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that very much. Shirley, can you add anything what you're doing now based on what the doctors recommended that we do?
Really, just a variety of sunscreens that you can use. I learned that instead of maybe what I was using. And of course, I always cover the arms or the shoulders to protect myself. And I stay in the shade as much as I can and away from the beach.
Thank you. And let's piggyback off the comment about the sunscreen. We talked about the 15, 30 plus. And Dr. Muhammad, you threw a lot of big words out there like titanium, aluminum oxide. Now, I use sunscreen, and to piggyback off of what Shirley said, and none of those ingredients are written on the back of my sunscreen that I use. So should I get rid of this and find the ones that have specifically titanium and aluminum oxide?
No.
Or zinc oxide, excuse me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that is a great question, Steve. So I'm going to actually have you read out the active ingredients on your sunscreen.
Dr. Muhammad, I can't pronounce these words.
Okay. So, just from that, I already know that what you're using is a chemical sunscreen, which is completely fine to use. That's just kind of the distinction between a chemical-based sunscreen and a mineral-based sunscreen, where the mineral-based sunscreen have that zinc oxide, titanium dioxide, maybe things that you think of, like metals and minerals and things like that. But the chemical-based sunscreens, which are all the words that you look at but have a hard time pronouncing, those are the chemical-based sunscreen filters, and those are completely fine to use.
Sometimes I wonder if all these chemicals I'm taking is exasperating the spread of my vitiligo. I'm going to ask Deborah Bradley, did you learn anything new from the conversations that you could plan on trying, or you feel as though what you're doing now is good?
For sure. Before the weekend is over, I'm going to look at the vitamin supplements and start ordering on my Amazon. And also, what I don't do right now is I don't have sunscreen in my daily regimen use. So I'm going to put that in as the morning starts to also put sunscreen on.
Thank you. And going back to this demonstration of sun protection that I use, it talks about application, Dr. Hamzavi, and you made reference to that with the spray and everything, and it says, you know, apply a generous amount. I have no clue what that means. And when I did that the other day, it plugged up my pores, and I started breaking out like a 17-year-old kid with acne. Help me to understand, what does it mean to generously apply?
So the shot glass example is often used. Some people also use a tablespoon as another example. And so the studies are done by looking at a unit of measurement called 2 grams per centimeter squared. And 2 grams per centimeter squared is a shot glass. Now, you tell a Muslim what's a shot glass, I'm like, I'm stepping away from you, Mr. FBI officer, I didn't do it. But a shot glass is a fair amount, and it will break you out. So what Dr. Muhammad said earlier was very important. So our department's been doing studies on 1 gram per centimeter squared, and I like to use my palm. So I like to use the inside of my palm as enough to cover my whole face. That's about 1 gram per centimeter squared, 1.5 grams per centimeter squared. And to your point, you've got to use enough sunscreen that works for you, and then you have to supplement with shade, SPF about 5, a hat in sunnier weather, which gives you an SPF around 10 to 20, and then avoiding sun exposure 10 to 2. It's not just one thing, it's all of it together. And if you use sunscreen that makes you break out, you're not likely to use a sunscreen again. So you have to use enough so that you're going to be consistent, and then you have to add other elements, which involves the things I just mentioned. And then if you are going to use other options, you can also use oral supplements we talked about earlier. But all of that together can really reduce your risk of sunburns.
Okay, thank you. And one more, then I'll go to Candy next. So I'm going to ask Roxanne Brown the same questions I asked the other 3.
I just wanted to add to what Dr. Hamzavi said really quickly before we move on. There are also facial moisturizer sunscreens that are typically going to be less thick than the sunscreens that you would put on your body. So not that everybody needs to use a dedicated facial sunscreen, but if you're having problems breaking out from the sunscreen you use on your body, that may be another route to go.
Sorry, and just wanted to add one more thing. So, you know, it's all about the sunscreen that you're going to wear. So maybe some people don't like thick sunscreens, and I know generally, like gentlemen with facial hair, sunscreens can be hard because it gets all like white on their facial hair. But another good option are gel-based sunscreens, because they'll kind of apply a little bit better, and you won't get that white appearance. And they're not as thick or like greasy feeling.
Thank you. Roxanne?
Yes. Okay, now I don't use sunscreen that often. If I have to use it, I will. By me working on a farm, sometimes I put it on anyway, but I put my shea butter on first so it doesn't affect my skin. And mostly it's my face and hands. But I will look at other, there are some that have for sensitive skin, which I haven't seen yet, but I'll look for those.
Thank you, Roxanne. Now we're going to open up for Q&A for the audience. So I'm going to go to Candy since she has her hand up.
Hi again, I'm Candy from Georgia. I want to understand a little bit more about spray sunscreen. As you know, a lot of people use it apparently improperly. I heard you say spray it in your hand and rub it on. In my family, especially when my kids were young, we just I let the kids turn in a circle and we just spray them down, and then they off they go. So number one, are we using it incorrectly? And then number two, is there an amount that we should be spraying equivalent to like the shot glass for the cream?
So the thing with spray-on sunscreen is when you're applying a lotion-based sunscreen to your skin, you know exactly what's in your hand going to be applied to your skin. With the spray-on sunscreen, you don't really know because you're applying it, you know, the distance, if you're just doing like the, okay, like turn around, your distance is not uniform, you know, how much you're spraying on each area is not necessarily uniform. So there are pictures of people where, you know, they put on a spray sunscreen, you see them in the sun and they have like, skin is okay here, they got a sunburn here, you know, half of it got wafted away in the wind. So I think applying it to your hand and then applying it to the skin is a good way to know that all of that spray sunscreen is getting on the body, and then you're able to make sure it's being applied to all of the areas you want it to go. So I think that's helpful. And even if you feel like, you know, my kid's not gonna sit still enough for me to like spray it on my hand and then rub it on them, you know, try spraying it on them, but at least rubbing it in all over. In terms of, you know, like having something comparable to the shot glass, I think that's a little bit tougher because we don't really have a good measure. I typically say just make sure you're able to see it on the skin and then rub it in. The other thing to remember with spray sunscreens is you want to use them in a ventilated area because those particles are really small and you are inhaling them. So, so just, you know, if you're going to do it, make sure you're outside, make sure you crack a window open or just have like a large space that you're in.
So this may piggyback on your concerns about uniformity of application, but do you have any experience with sunscreen applicators? Like I see them advertised, and if so, do you have an opinion about them? Like I don't know how useful they are or if it's worth it. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like you fill like a reservoir and then it has a roller ball.
Yep, so the whole idea behind that is that an applicator gets you 2 grams per centimeter squared. And then you have to fill the reservoir based upon the surface area. So obviously it's one size fits all. It doesn't really look at your body habitus, your height, your weight, and those things. So, but it is 2 grams per centimeter squared, and it's usually enough for the face, and you're supposed to use all of that. And it's a good way to have consistency. Just a couple of concerns some patients have mentioned is that sometimes when they dispense, they don't dispense the entire amount. So you have to overfill it. Secondly, people find out how little sunscreen they've been using in the past, and they tend to break out, like Stephen mentioned. But I think it's a good way to measure it, and there's a couple of different brands out there. You know, you're a really good patient. I would dream to have you in my practice, because most people, I am not like you, but those do help that consistency.
Thank you, Dr. Hamzavi. Denise has a question.
Hi, this is Denise Blanks, and I was interested in knowing the brand name of that medicine you mentioned that enhances sunscreen. Is there a brand name, or is that's the generic name, right, that you gave?
So yeah, so the generic name is Polypodium leucotomus, which sounds like Lee Thomas, and you know, but isn't. And Lee doesn't have a brand on it, but we're going to give him the intellectual property anyway. So the brand name in the Michigan area and the United States is called HelioCare, made by Ferndale Labs. Our department has a conflict of interest because they funded some of our research, but it's been a couple of years since they gave us a check, so we're good. And then the other company that also makes it is a company called Izidin, which is a Spanish company, ISIDIN, that also makes a variant of that. Those are the 2 main brands I know of. Is that okay?
Are those brands available, HelioCare and Izidin, at over-the-counter? You have to have it by way of prescription.
So Ferndale Labs is named after Ferndale, Michigan. So you can find it at all of the local stores across the United States. It's on Amazon. Izidin is also, I believe, available on Amazon or definitely on the Izidin website.
So Dr. Huggins, do we have any of those samples available? See, you brought a whole bag of them.
I brought sunscreen samples. I didn't bring the polypodium samples, sorry. But I'll try to get
just
some
asking. Who has the next question?
While you're looking for questions, I see one in the back, but I wanted to comment on Robert's comment about the photoprotective clothing and the color of the clothing, and why you may have been told wear light, but I'm saying dark is better. They're all different. There are a bunch of factors that go into how well clothes protect you from the skin. And then there are different factors that go into how hot they make you. I'll say with the polyester clothing, I think maybe because of how tight the weave is, the color doesn't matter as much. So maybe if you're getting photoprotective clothing that has a UPF, it may not matter the color because we know that it protects you from the ultraviolet light, but then the light clothing is gonna reflect the sun a little bit more, whereas the dark clothing is gonna absorb it and make you hotter. So that may be why it sounds like we're saying different things, but it makes sense put together.
And also for clothing, just put the clothing up against light, and if the light shines through, then that's not very good clothing. Like if you have a hat, and it's a straw hat, and you can see the light particles, and you have all these little beads, and you can see the shadow on your skin, that's not a good hat. But if it blocks the light completely, that's a good piece of clothing. It's the weave that is most important. So what happens is really good UPF clothing tends to have a tighter weave, so you can't see light going through it, but it has vents, so that it allows a little bit of ventilation through your skin. So again, it's the tightness of the weave, not so much the color that's important.
Hi everyone, I'm Raisa Levy. I'm the president of Massey World. We are a patient advocacy group, and we advocate for people with albinism and vitiligo, not just in the US, but internationally. I wanted to ask a question. On one of the slides, you mentioned that to be very cautious about using sunscreen and mosquito repellent. Some people moisturize, so they use lotion on a daily basis. Is there any danger, or are there some restrictions in using your lotion and sun protection at the same time?
I would try to use a moisturizer with an SPF built in, and they're tested where the sunscreen and the moisturizer are factored into it. When you mix a sunscreen and a lotion, they may not work well together because the lotion, the moisturizer, may have a interaction with the sunscreen if it's a chemical sunscreen. Now, if you're going to use a lotion and a sunscreen, I would stay with the physical sunscreens. So physical sunscreens, the basic concept is they're basically rocks, and we cranked them with a hammer and we made them into tiny little particles. That's what physical sunscreens are. Very small particles, they're still part of it. Chemical sunscreens are actual chemical solutions. They can interact with the chemicals in your moisturizer. So I would go with Dr. Huggins' recommendation, have a sunscreen built into your moisturizer if you're going to go outdoors, and that will give you that protection you're looking for.
And I'll just add, that's an easy way to not forget to put on sunscreen, at least that once per day. If you know you're going to put on lotion, your lotion has a sunscreen in it, you're already set for at least that initial application.
So, that's a great question, and I'm not entirely sure why they chose SPF 15. I do feel like in the past we were recommending lower SPF sunscreens, and now we're recommending SPF 30 or greater sunscreens. And I think especially since there has been more work done in this area, we are seeing more sunscreens, more makeup products that do have higher SPFs in them. But I know, when I was growing up, when like the Pond's cold cream, your oil of Olay, it was always SPF 15 in there, yeah. But I think we're making strides, so that SPF protection is increasing a little bit.
To the panel. Any concerns regarding the chemical sunscreens being endocrine disruptors?
So there have been some controversies with the chemical-based sunscreens because in some animal studies that were done in the past, there was a question of, okay, are these chemicals affecting the endocrine system, the reproductive system? But to kind of put things into perspective, the levels that these animals were exposed to were really high. And so you'd have to, apply sunscreen to your entire body every day for many, 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 many years before even reaching those amounts. And so based on the human studies that we have, it does not appear that there is an effect on the endocrine system, but because this is a concern for some people, there's always an opportunity to do further studies. And Dr. Hamzavi mentioned that the European countries are definitely ahead of us in terms of using modeling to help determine safety of some of these sunscreens. But it is important to note that sunscreens have been around for a really long time, and there haven't been any proven cases of any kind of endocrine disruption thus far.
I have a question. How does climate change play a part in sun protection since it's getting warmer outside?
So just to be clear, endocrine, if you might know, but endocrine refers to the hormones. And then the poor mouses that Dr. Muhammad is referring to, they were dunked inside sunscreen like they were dunked inside of a cage, and like you do with this, the dunking contest, and then they were covered with that sunscreen. That's the level, so the comparison may not be appropriate. Climate change. So climate change affects the optics of the sun. So if you've been into a country that has, well, actually Michigan last summer had horrible experiences with the fires coming in from Quebec. Southern California is always like that. But just kidding. But you have a lot of particles. The particles will capture sunlight and then reflect in different directions. So it seems that climate change may actually increase the amount of UV that actually hits the atmosphere. So you're having photons coming in from the sun, then they hit the particles, and then more photons come in, and just like you do with mirrors and light, you have more intensity. So when you have a single candle, you put a bunch of mirrors around it, then you have more intensity. Well, that's what ends up happening. So it may be that there's more UV hitting the atmosphere. Secondly, with the increased amount of breakdown in the ozone, you may actually have more levels of UVB and maybe even UVC entering the atmosphere. So now UVC, which can cause a lot of irritation, can also be a factor. So climate change seems to make sunburn risk go up and potentially may increase skin cancer risk. In Chile, about 30 years ago, they had a break in the ozone layer. Their skin cancer rates went up during that time. Do you have anything to add on that one?
Okay, did you get the point? And we're not just talking about vitiligo here. We're talking about people that don't have this skin disease. It's the sun and the pollution and the climate change is an equal opportunity employer. It affects all of us. And shame on us if we don't walk away with 1 or 2 points that we're going to add to our current process for sun protection, because it's going to get worse. Now, I have a personal question. We have a couple of minutes here. I can ask the question offline, or I can ask it now. My lips burn 24/7. It tingles. I put on Sportsman 80 proof sweating type protection, and my lips are always red. And I don't wear lipsticks. Can someone explain why?
So I'll try, and then, because if you go first, then the last person has a harder time with it. So eczema or atopic dermatitis occurs in 15 to 20% of all people with vitiligo. That's the itchy rashes that a lot of people will get. And so you may have eczema on your lip, and adding a little bit of cortisone could potentially help. I think you're pretty well protected on the sunscreen side, but sometimes you can also have an allergic reaction to the sunscreen. So I would take a break from the sunscreen or use only mineral-based sunscreens to make sure you're not having a reaction to the sunscreen. And then I'll ask my colleagues to kind of offer some other ideas.
For 15 years, I've been asking that question to Dr. Huggins. And finally, I get an answer from Dr. Hamzavi.
No. I go as tribute. I trained him. It's my fault.
And Lisa's over there. Don't you talk about Dr. Huggins like that. Off the record, thank you. thank you for that answer and that recommendation. And oh, by the way, this is free of charge. This is an opportunity to talk to these healthcare professionals who are subject matter experts in vitiligo. We got 5 more minutes. Who's got the next question? Go ahead, Dr. Huggins. No. Keep in mind, he said he has a comment, not a rebuttal. So there's a difference. We want a comment, not a rebuttal.
First, I don't recall hearing about this lip problem before, so we have to poll the members and see if this has come up before. But no, my comment is just about statistics and risk, just in the big picture. The media, and I think when we discuss about risks of different things, we focus on increased risk, lower risk, which is important to know, but lower risk doesn't mean no risk, right? So we're not sitting here saying, we're saying you have a lower risk of skin cancer if you have vitiligo than the average person. We're not saying forget about sunscreen, you have no risk, you can't get skin cancer. I think Dr. Mzavi emphasized that point. And then when we talk about global warming and possibly increasing UV exposure, possible increased risk of skin cancer, yeah, be a little more cautious, maybe be a little more aggressive protecting your skin from the sun. It doesn't mean you are gonna get skin cancer now if you don't use sunscreen. It's just like a pet peeve of mine with media. Increased risk doesn't mean drastically increase, and decreased risk doesn't mean drastically zero risk either.
Okay, that's a nice summary of what was just discussed here. So I have time for one more question, and I'm going to point that question to a good friend of mine's, Tony Book. He works outside. He has no vitiligo, and he's white. So Tony, tell us about your sun protection, and did you learn anything from our discussion throughout the day that you will consider using for future or more protection?
Hi, my name's Tony Book. I work in construction. I build outside. I set up aluminum ramps for senior citizens from the American Disabilities Act, so our parents, grandparents, aged people, and so forth. The sun is in my face. I wear a big goofy hat similar to this one, which I will start wearing. To keep the sun out of my face, I wear those big goofy Oakleys all across my eyes to keep my eyes protected and the sun off my face. I wear long sleeve shirts a lot. The one thing I did not know was with the insect repellent and the sunscreen. That's really interesting because I put it on my face and I get feeling, why am I so tingly and stingy? Now I'm going to spray it on my skin, or put the suntan lotion on my skin and spray on my clothes. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I think you mentioned during lunch break that your wife, Jennifer, makes sure you lather up, protect up, so she's got your back. That's great. So at this time, I want to say thank you for our panels. You may be seated. And at this time, to conclude our program, I'm going to invite Michelle Hood for our closing remarks. Michelle?
Two things I want to say quickly. Sorry. Two things I want to do quickly. You have Mosen. Mosen has a survey that he's going to pass out, so will all of you complete that quickly? Secondly, on the table, there's cards, and one of them has on their hashtag #VStrongShine. Would you all comply with that, please? I also want to thank all of our out-of-town guests for coming, for participating, everyone here participating. I want to thank the board. Where are all the members from the board? Steve, Rich, Lee, Bridget is in the back. Can you stand, please? I appreciate it. Thank you. I want to appreciate everyone for diligently putting everything through to make this a great success. We thank you all for making this a great success. I want to thank our doctors, all of you that came. Would you all stand, please? Didn't they? They did a wonderful job in educating us on all of this information. Everything that we have today, we can put in our toolboxes because this is something that we can use daily, weekly, monthly. So we appreciate all of the information that you've given. If I've left out anything or anybody else other than you coming to spend this Saturday with us, where you could have been downtown at the draft. So I thank you for being here. I want to thank the technicians for doing what they had to do. I just appreciate everyone for this great thing. Yes. I also want to make sure that everyone knows that our World Vitiligo Day will be coming. That will be Denise, who is fearfully, wonderfully made. That we will be having our conference there in Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, we feel that it's for us, but it's not always for us because it's always an educational experience for everyone. So, if you can do this summer, come meet us in Indiana because you thought this was great. When you see more of us, and when we do this as a support isn't always a woe is me. It's a tool. We saw the toolboxes. We increase encouragement, help. It benefits all of us. So it's like a big meal. You get all these little ingredients, but it's there to help us to be nurturing one to another, to be able to pursue life, because it's just a great organization, it's great people, and when you have love, that's what takes us all through it and understanding.